created great problems for recovery of Ukraine, and this is practically 13% of real estates which were ruined. Households suffered from devastations, and as the result of such aggression, our state implemented the unique compensation strategy. This is the mechanism of reparations which were implemented during full-scale invasion and conflicts. So that's why our organization, Right to Protection, and with the support of UNHCR and funded by the European Union, People in Need, we conducted the research to receive the feedbacks from the beneficiaries and how it works, how the mechanism works. We are to discuss pluses and minuses of this mechanism in order to work out the enhancement of national strategy. We also worked on the idea of understanding what is the feedback from beneficiaries, and we also asked the participants of the commissions how this mechanism worked with them. And according to the monitoring mechanisms which will be presented today, we will discuss the basic challenges which appear here and the basic solutions which appear in order to enhance the national procedure strategy to protect the households of people. And before we start, I would just inform you that we are in the shelter, and suppose we will have an alert, we shouldn't move to the location in the neighborhood. The simultaneous interpretation is provided, and you are welcome to have the headphones. So this event will consist of 3 panels, and the first panel will be dedicated to the view of the community development sector, to organizational procedures, and we also discuss some practical issues as to the feedback of the recipients and how it works. The second panel will be dedicated to the institutional framework of the compensation mechanism. We will discuss the challenges, the role and tasks of the state and local authorities, have to improve their work. And the third panel will be dedicated to the extension of the national compensation mechanisms. We will discuss the ways how the mechanism will be developed, will be updated, and how it will be joint national strategy of compensation mechanism. And I would kindly ask for the opening words, Olena Shulyak, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Good morning, dear colleagues. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this forum, that you are conducting such research and we receive the feedback for the program, and that you stay focused on this problem. This is the holistic program which help to refund the destroyed and damaged households. And I think that today Mrs. Kozlovska will share the information as to the statistics of the compensations for damaged households. 1,100 households use the program. Today we do not have detailed information how the household certificates are working. We addressed Prime Minister, and we would like this information to be open for the society to analyze and to share the program, how the funds are spared, especially funds of our Western partners. We know that at the beginning of the 2020, the World Bank joined our program, and it is very important to have this mechanism transparent for all the people, for central authorities, and for the participants, for the society, which actually helps to enhance our program. In Parliament, we also have some public consultations, and we have the feedback. We know how to enhance the program. As to the results of public consultations, we have registered cases, and in Parliament, we have some limitations because we are not so fast in discussing the cases in Parliament, especially in terms of Ukraine facility context. But through public consultations, all the nuances were taken into consideration, and I think they will be logically connected. So we are trying to connect dots in Parliament, and I would like to remind that we have many cases with people who use the program of destroyed households and who are left um, out of the program. And it is very important for them to have some benefits to pay for notary services, for some legal assistance, and I would like to speak today about such issues because our state should be active in the fate of the people. And the second question is and we reiterated that it is very important that we have cities which are totally devastated by Russian Federation, and we should have some common criterion for the people who suffered, and simplified procedure of compensation mechanisms should be applied in such cases. Many respondents answered they didn't have any programs, but we understand that there are many people who say thank you to the participants because they do not have red tape procedures. So we try to help such people and to save time. And we do not have panel discussions. I will actually discuss it during our third panel. Mm, we often speak about compensation mechanisms for IDPs. And today, the legal framework allowed us to work with IDPs who have their households destroyed at the occupied territories to use this mechanism. And today there is no solution for this for this problem. And there will be financial strategies applied for IDPs, and I would like to focus on this issue, not to use Melitopol experiment or to use some alternatives to work on this strategy because many people stay without place of living. And yesterday I discussed with Opora Foundation different questions, and we said about privatization of estate for servants. And we also return to this issue during our discussions. I would like to say thank you to the participants of the forum. So let's find common decision to solve the issues, to solve problems. And Ukrainians have wishes. First of all, peace, to stay in safe places, to have proper work, and to solve the problems with households. So I hope we will manage. Thank you, Olena.
Thank you, Ms. Galina. Thanks to you, we are present here thanks to your work since 2923 actually took place due to you, thanks to you. And we are giving the floor to Ms. Kozlowska. She's Deputy of Ministry of Territories and in Ukraine. Ms. Natalia, thank you, Oksana. Well, in the first place, dear colleagues, I'm happy to see all of you. We have an opportunity during not the first year, we have been discussing this new approach that was applied in Ukraine that concerns providing assistance to IDPs in order to sort out their housing problems. I would like to remind you the project works in several directions. It's compensation for the destroyed housing. Second is compensation for the destroyed housing. This project is being ongoing, and now we have implemented on the level of the solutions of the government on the territories of the active war zone, and we're doing our best together with the organs of to implement it in practice, but we are whether this case is successful, and I would like to speak about the drawbacks because every case has their drawbacks, and I'm sure that if we are able to speak about them, then in general we are moving in the right direction. Several few pivotal points that as the representatives of the governments that have caused problems while realization. First, not completely perfect legislative frameworks, and we had to there is no verb. We had we take into consideration that the legislative database is based that the decision of the government had to completely comply with the approach. We had to be looking for the ways, let me say, of implementing based on the decisions of the government, so that the final product is workable and feasible. And it's in general, it's a new project because never before this direction as the direct assistance to citizens through the government in such scale, it has never been provided before. And it is challenging from the legal frameworks, it's challenging in the first place, but also to train our organs of local authorities how to work with this. Now I would like to thank our partners because I can see lots of faces of our partners who were contributing to the local authorities to sort out with this nonsensical issues laid out in the legislation, and take into consideration that in this context we have switched from the paper-based versions to working in the registers of the housing that has been destroyed, and we had to train everyone to work in this, to operate in this system, and we had to make them think that every action is being fixed. And also there is both internal and external checkup mechanism so that the decision-making mechanism should be implemented. Why was that important for us? As Olena just mentioned, since last year we had the support from legislation and we had the support. So then this year we are urging the parliament to increase the financing to realize these components, because currently we have budgeted only 1 billion budgeted for compensation and 1.5 billion for the destroyed. So take into consideration the demand we have. It's not little, it's just nothing. And we have to increase our efforts with our international partners in order for the resource that we need to have, and so that our citizens could have an opportunity to receive this assistance. So that's why I'm so hopeful for this assistance, and also for the assistance and cooperation from the government and from the parliament that could enable to work within these frameworks, because we're all talking about the procedures and processes. As for me, any processes and procedures are possible, but the project is impossible if it is not supported by the financing. Whether it is compensation for active military war zone, whether it is deoccupied territories, whatever, any idea which is written on paper, laid out on paper, it remains to be just an idea on paper and nothing much more. And it provides the citizens just to have an opportunity for them to have a dream, but not their result. Our aim is, though, just to be target and result oriented. That's why we're focused on the partnerships with international partners, and I would like to be grateful to our international partners who had a strong belief in this approach, because it's a new approach, and we understand that it's pretty costly, because average cost of compensation on one certificate is 1.5 million hryvnias. Well, it's expensive. We're totally aware of how expensive it is, and the Council of Europe, despite that, understands that realization of this project allows for the citizens to have a sustainable housing solution. And respectively, this sustainable housing solution provides citizens to have a vision how the future will look for them. However, the project of compensation is one of the components of all the mechanism of solutions of housing in general for Ukrainians. And as we said before, the law on the general basis and fundamentals for housing policy, on which the ministry has been working for almost a year, that has recently been passed in the final reading, and we're finally preparing it for the second. And we are also hopeful that we're going to meet the facility plan deadlines. That's the fourth quarter this current year. We are going to pass it in the second reading, and this law will replace the current housing code that was adopted in 1983. So providing answers to the questions, but even these questions have never been raised according to its ideology, because it was adopted during the USSR times. That's why the wide scope of instruments that has been implemented by this new project draft law, it has a scope of housing solutions, including the IDPs. It's bad that the nation is solving these problems amidst the huge flow of IDPs, amidst the internal demand for housing from the military people, and in general, it's the housing problem for people in general. But we understand that we've got to keep moving, and we're closely cooperating in this direction. I would like to be grateful to all partners for cooperation. I'm not going to mention any single one of them, because we do feel support from absolutely everyone, and I am hopeful that we are going to be perfectly meeting the finishing line, both in the social housing, and I would like to also be grateful to everyone who has been working with us, and also in the law of managing housing. And I'm sure that the change of the legislative frameworks, it will not only allow the compensation mechanism, but also provide with other instruments, not only to IDPs, but also to other citizens who require housing. So, Oksana, thank you. And I would like in this meeting to be speaking not only about how cool we are. Look, we all understand how cool we are, but what we have to do all together for this product to be even better. Thank you, Natalia. In reality, look, we're also grateful to you, and we have to say that, look, you've been doing good. And according to the results of our research, that 76 respondents, as Olena said, 76 respondents said that they use the compensation without any hindrances. That's a good indicator. So it's great that you created this law so that it is helpful and efficient, and it solves not only право на житло, not only prawo na zachyst organization, but also housing problems. And welcome to our next speaker, Ms. Anna Duda, the head of the Czech organization, People in Need. Ms. Anna, you're welcome.
First of all, I'm really glad and happy to see all the participants of this event, because I find it extremely important that we meet to discuss the issue of compensation and the housing issues that are unfortunately still an increasingly difficult problem to address. And I don't want to repeat what was already said and very well expressed by the representatives of the government. I will speak from the perspective of the humanitarian organization, which is one of the biggest when it comes to addressing the housing issues and also emergency needs with regard to shelter. And exactly as you said, I don't want to say how cool we all are and how committed we are to actually enhancing the access and solving this problem. I would rather focus on what we still have to do. And one of the issues that we observe while providing emergency shelter assistance in a coordination with the compensation scheme and of course with local authorities with this regard is still problem with accessibility and full understanding of the available schemes, especially for the people who have certain vulnerabilities, like elderly, like people with disabilities. And I think that this is one of the area where we really see the necessity to improve and enhance both the awareness raising and legal advice with this regard and general accessibility. Another issue, which I find especially critical for us to consider, is the fact that humanitarian funding for addressing housing needs in this emergency context and also to address protracted displacement, so people who are staying in the collective site due to the lack of more sustainable housing solutions for them, unfortunately are at risk because we have much less money already for this type of assistance, and we expect that upcoming years will be even more difficult with this regard. So I believe that we also should really focus on enhancing the government engagement in indeed finding the appropriate compensation schemes, but also to make sure that we are both advocating very strongly for bigger engagement of recovery actors, of investment funding solutions, because housing issue the issue is growing because the attacks are not decreasing, because the infrastructure, civilian infrastructure is attacked on everyday basis, but unfortunately our capacities to respond to the needs, to restore the houses, to support IDPs staying in the collective sites in a longer term are decreasing. So I hope that today's meeting will also cover this very critical topic, and we will be thinking how to jointly enhance our capacities with this regard and really focus on more recovery, not emergency, not humanitarian solutions with this regard. Thank you so much for participating in the meeting today, and I really wish us all a very fruitful discussions and addressing these very urgent matters. Thank you so much.
Let us also express life-saving and essential that people in need are implementing for the plight of conflict-affected populations. Thank you immensely.
And now we're switching to our next speaker. We kindly ask Lydia Kuzmenko, who is the counselor from the UNHCR. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to see everyone, all who's present, all our partners, all the representatives of the office of the Parliament. UNHCR is one of the key players on the field of the humanitarian response, and I have said about the sharp importance of the national compensation mechanism. It's no doubt one of those fields where we're closely working with our partners from other organizations, with Prawo na Zachist, where they provide immense support, both from the legal assistance. And at the same time, I would like also to mention that the realization of any compensational mechanism, and in general, assistance with housing, with providing with housing, cannot just go along by itself. An important thing is the support of of people, its psycho-emotional renewal, and its availability of instruments of livelihood, whether it's earnings, whether it's social support by the government. It's even though it doesn't have to be included in this particular law, but this what forms in general the all-national policy in terms of the IDPs, and we're hopeful that besides there is sectoral work in terms of accessible and affordable housing and the right to compensation from the individuals whose property is both the controlled and both occupied territory. This is anyway, all these approaches will be reflected in the national Ukrainian all-nation frameworks of the operations towards IDPs. But the key thing that I would like to mention today, besides, apart from the results of the research, are critical and significant, and they will show us the step forward in terms of improvement of the mechanism. The realization of it will not be possible without the partnerships. Look, yes, we have said that we're all cool, right? But we also know where we've got to strengthen and improve our cooperations, including in the development of the mutual projects in order to increase providing assistance to more and more people to cover them, to cover their needs. And I'm chuffed to bits that we've got the mutual language, speak the same language with the ministries of the territories, and we've got the opportunities to receive expert advice. And also we have hope, a strong hope that we've got hope in the cooperation with our organizations and we've got the instruments that we can combine together with the humanitarian sector and also in the state register of damages. I'm thankful to you that our discussion today will not only be the presentations of the research. I know it's not just a report, but it's a real step-by-step development of the follow-up compensatory mechanism works. Thank you. And on our part, we would like to thank our UNHCR agency, and it has only become possible for your cooperation. So thank you a huge lot. Ms. Nadia, she's a program coordinator of the Prawo na Zachist, or Right to Protection organization. Thank you to all our wonderful team, representatives who made it possible for our cooperation. I'm also thankful for everyone to have your time and to join our event. And I think since the beginning, we also feel like in a working mood, aren't we? I think all of us who are present here, I think are aware who Prawo na Zachist, or Right for Protection, is and what our fund does. But I would like to have a little bit different direction. For the second decade, we have been caring for the IDPs.
Our team have 80% of IDPs, and they are IDPs for 2 times, and there are more than 900 participants of specialists who are working in 20 regions. More than 100 people come through their hands every day, and our colleagues from Sumy region, from Kharkiv region, they help others to see and to understand how housing is the critical issue for them. So they return to pre-border regions, and they know how to solve the problems with housing. There are no colleagues here from shelter program who were dealing with IDPs shelters for IDPs, shelters for IDPs. They were trying their best to help IDPs to improve their housing. There are no representatives from social direction. We have been working with them for half a year. And those who are in the medical centers and who may come to Borislav to feel safe. This is what will make possible to be the voice of such IDP peoples, to understand in details how critical housing is a problem for them, to know that home, this is about safety. Home is about the family. Home is about to be heard. And to understand your future. This is the key issue, the key decision for integration of IDPs into new places. That's why our organization, the Right to Protection, is among the coalition of people and organizations who take care about housing. And for us, it is very important to be the pioneers of such system. Among the other questions which I enumerated, like social housing, like IDPs who feel themselves strange in social places, transit centers, IDPs. One of the mechanisms here is the mechanism of national compensation strategy, and we were among the organizations who advocate for it. Besides, it's very important to monitor the situation, to enhance the mechanism, and to receive the feedback. And this is the way how to measure the system, how to test the system. And 36% of respondents actually said that they still are living in the devastated houses. They are underfinanced in order to solve their problems. Some people stop repairings in their houses. This is about people, and such issues are very complicated to be solved at once. That's why it's very important to gather and to find the solutions for people, to have common solutions, to have them feel at home. So thank you to our partners for the possibility to continue our work, to discuss such problems, and I wish everybody fruitful discussion today. Thank you, Nadia, that you inspire us for such investigations. So, colleagues, let's shift to the main party of our forum, and we will speak about the presentation of results of analytical and monitoring research. This is what you heard in the opening words. Before we start with our main part, we would also present you some recommendations which will be addressed to our stakeholders. We understand that our event is the basement for common solutions. Here you have at our agenda the QR code, and I would ask you during presentation of the research, please come up with this questionnaire, and we will take it into consideration. And I would ask for presentation of results of analytical and monitoring research, national compensation mechanism for damages and destruction of real estate, Mrs. Olena Samoilova, who is leading advocacy lawyer in CF Right to Protection. Good morning, dear participants. Is it operating? Yes, okay. Good morning, dear participants and those who are here online with us. Thank you for this possibility to present the results of our investigation of our monitoring analytical approach, which we actually hold with the UNHCR in cooperation with the Czech humanitarian organization People in Need. The task of our project was to analyze the topicality and effectiveness of the compensation mechanisms, to find out the key problems and to propose the solutions. We try to assess the effectiveness of mechanism realization through the prism of the participants, beneficiaries, and the participants of the commission, and to find the to assess the accessibility, and to find whether the procedure of those who suffered is effective. The methodology is based on qualitative and quantitative methods of analysis. The questionnairing was done as face-to-face and telephone respondent analysis, but it is not very much resultive as to those whose housing is destroyed. And we were trying to find the key challenges here, the practical moments the respondents faced. During our investigation, the in-depth and partial interviewing was used. Generally, 16 interviews were done in different regions of Ukraine. Two in each region. Besides, we communicate with focus groups, and one focus group was conducted with the lawyers from the Foundation Right to Protection. Besides, from the point of view of access to data as to the procedure of compensation, we conducted the content analysis of sites, 1,000 and 400 sites of hromadas in Ukraine were analyzed. Besides the analysis of normative legal framework, statistics, and secondary sources were done. And before starting with the results of the investigations, which show the practical implementation of the mechanism, it's very important to dwell upon the question of the accessibility of data for recipients, because even the most successful procedure cannot be effective if people do not know about it and if they do not know how to use it in practically. So one of the block of our questionnaire was to assess the awareness of people. And we ask the responders, those whose housing is damaged and destroyed, and the results of questionnaires show that 6% of the participants know nothing about the mechanism. Some of them didn't have a clear cut how this mechanism is working and what kind of steps can be done. We also find out what kind of sources play a vital role according to the results. 45% of the responders get know about the mechanism through the authorities and municipal centers. 39% through families, neighbors, and these the numbers show that the most important sources here are personal communication, but not digital communication. So we have the risks of informing. We also propose the responders to evaluate the level of the awareness, and according to the result in questionnaires, we obtained 3.8 point out of 5. The responders lack step-by-step instruction. 53 responders spoke about it. The lists of documents, portfolios, how to address for compensation and to whom they are addressed to check the subjectiveness here, how it is affirmed at the level of public sources. We conducted the content analysis and we analyzed 1,400 sites of hromadas, and the results show the tendencies here. The information is available according to the compensation. 64% of sites hold no information about compensation. Unfortunately, the lowest level is in Cherkasska region. More than 90% of sites hold no information about compensation mechanisms. The best mechanisms are fixed in Kiev and Kherson region of Ukraine. Very often the information is available in the chapter news at sites, and only some of the sites have the data dedicated with the proper navigation. We can find out it only through the internal mechanisms, and people can find where people can find the information. Besides, 55 sites percent of sites the information about commissions and solutions of the meetings. Also, we come to the conclusion that information awareness as to the mechanisms of compensations are very fragmental. Only some of the sites provide transparent information about compensation mechanisms. The basic part of the research focused on the analysis of the compensation mechanisms and how they are applied in practice when they started it and when the funds are operating. And the results show the challenges for the participants, for those who suffered from war, for war-affected population. This is the first step to return their dignity and the proper housing conditions. And as the results show, not most of them addressed for compensation. The responders who knew about it, 35% noted that they didn't address for compensation. So we investigated the reason why people didn't address for compensation. And the most common reason why people did not address for compensation was the complicated mechanism, red tape mechanism, or the lack of information as to procedural drill of compensation. Besides, the responders indicated that they didn't address for compensation because the housing is located at the occupied territory, or the housing is not registered in a legal register. Some people indicated procedural barriers. Some people lost their documents during war conditions. As to the first stage of compensation, according to the results of our investigation, we found out that 76% of responders didn't have any barriers while applying to the register. It means that the most part of the war-affected population, those who are aware, they received the support of the specialist as to the excess of the procedure. The most common ways were the usage of the mobile app like GIA. 59% of responders use this app. As about the complexities, so the responders find some information not clear, and they have some complexities while compiling the form. The next step is the appellation of the commission. We have the evaluation of information here, and it ends with the solution as to compensation. And here it is good to indicate the terms of reviewing this issue. The decision should be taken in 30 days, but the results show that only the third part of the responders actually have the decision in this term. Some people claim about the delays. What are the reasons of such delays? The key informers stress them during the interviews, especially the participants of the committee notice that there are some factors that slow down the processing of the portfolios. There were some problems with the mechanism. They don't have the access to the object. They don't have a common decision of the owners, and so on. Another problem is the usage of the compensation mechanisms. 25% of people say that they have some complexities with the funds they receive. Those who obtain their housing certificate, the most complicated problem was to find the place of living and how it is referred with the certificate, besides with the reserving of the funds. Some of the responders claim that they have some problems with the contractors. They claim that some prices are overestimated, especially in the small communities. They also indicated that they lack time as to compensation, about the procedure, which is not transparent, which is not clear for them as to renovations.
Also, another chain of drawbacks that have been highlighted by the Commission members that concerned the availability of cases of non-purpose use of money, non-informing the beneficiaries of the compensation they're eligible for, of the works being over, and as a result, those beneficiaries they have to be definitely verified with the Commission. As of now, we've got more than 2,000 final verifications that have to be double-checked and confirmed, as a member of the Kharkiv Commission stated. And to wind up, I would like to mention that in general, most participants of the questionnaire they struggled with forming a clear position as for the efficiency of having the clear understanding of mechanism of compensation, what it is like, and 50% said that they failed to assess the efficiency. 18% think it's efficient, and the rest maybe they're volatile. There is a volatility between a positive and negative characteristics for the rest of the participants. I also would like to summarize that the monitoring of the practical realization of the compensation of mechanism for the destroyed housing, it allows to target key challenges that emerge on each stage, and the analysis shows that despite the general positive characteristics of the availability of the mechanism and the meaningfulness for the citizens, in practice its realization remains to be not the same in places, and it's not completely adapted for individual personal livelihood needs. And we said that the discussion of this problematics, it will allow to see the general mutual vision, and by the end of our forum we will present the general recommendation. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions I will be happy to respond. Thank you, and I'm hopeful that as a result of this research there will be laid out in the fundamentals of our further talk. So let's go ahead further to our panel discussions. Our next person, I don't hear it. Microphone, please. And also, I would like to invite for the panel discussion the deputy of the Ministry of the Ministry of the Territories, Ms. Kozlowska, and also the representatives of citizens who were affected by the military aggression, and also Ms. Christina, who is the coordinator of the program of the legal assistance program, and Ms. Olha Oniszczuk, who's the founder and the author of the project Return Your Property Rights of the Ukrainian Institute of the Future, and also Ms. Natalia, who's the head of the legal department of the humanitarian organization 10th of April, 10 квітня, Ms. Anastasia. So let's get started. Dear colleagues, greetings. We're happy to see all that you managed to join us. And this panel is going to be about discussion the problems that claimants encounter in terms of a compensation mechanism. It's either on the stage of submitting the documents or consideration by the Commission. I know that the time will be limited, but the first question will be to you. What complaints, what claims do you receive in the office of the representative, and which key problem in terms of realization of the compensation mechanism do you observe as of now? Thank you for your question, and thank you for inviting me to this event. I think you have had a very important dialogue, and I think what I like that Ksenia said, that it is not just a dialogue, but all the suggestions, recommendations and guidelines will be accumulated for the follow-up work to improve the national mechanism. I would like to say that we receive lots of claims, but every year the number of references increases. In 2022, we received 130. Next year, half a year. It speaks that there is a huge demand for justfulness, for the protection of rights, and I would like to say that the question of the compensation mechanism, in reality, there are not really many. And I have to admit that most of these questions concern social protection and other questions, but we have analyzed what questions are the most typical ones from the beneficiaries, from the people. And I think the first one is the reference that means the lower limits of compensation. People are speaking a lot about it. They keep posting and they say that's unfair, and they're trying to find ways how to resolve these questions and problems, and they claim where the Commission solutions are right at all. And we think that those lower limits, they will crack a poor joke on Ukraine, because this affects the position of Ukraine is with the compensation of losses and damages for Ukrainian. Second is the significant decrease of the consent from the co-owners. It's a significant number of references that we have from this group of people. In general, co-owners, during the wartime, there is loss of communication. Part of people remain in the occupied territories. Some of the people have fled Ukraine, now they're abroad. So gathering all co-owners is pretty challenging. From those who remain in Ukraine, it's pretty challenging. Next is the inheriting of the certificates in case of the death of the owner. There is a lack of clear guidelines. Together with my partner, she will talk more in depth about this concern. And I think that here there is an expert environment here today present in the audience. So you know all the key focus of the problem. So that's why we're going to hear more about it. What next for? It's a technical question, and the question is to DIA and Ministry of Digitalization. There are questions sometimes only purely technical, but sometimes there are two pivotal questions: is lack of housing in the register of the property and the confirmation of ownership rights. What concerns in general access of people, especially elderly age, to DIA application, there are challenges because not many people are aware how to use digital software, and that's why they refer to the local authorities. But even there, they don't always receive a high quality assistance. Not always they've got a clear explanation, especially in Kharkivska Oblast. We've got lots of claims there because they refer to administrative centers and the responses are not always adequate, or sometimes they say they don't have authority to respond to these concerns. What concerns the recent solution by the government that suggests and allows observation of to provide documentations with the help of the video filming from drones, from satellites, shots, from police references. It's a powerful step forward, and it's approved very much, very positive feedback, because sometimes we receive not just claims, not from rights of people, but there are lots of claims. They say, like, please explain to us what we have to do, or thank you that you approved this and this. Sometimes we refer this to the Ministry of Development, these claims, I think, and it really, I'm really pleased that people notice that the legislation is changing in favor of those who have been affected. Another critical thing is the access to compensation for those whose housing is destroyed on the occupied territories and those whose housing is destroyed, who was destroyed before 2022. That is what we have to work on, and this is the bunch, the central part of the questions, and the president is going to sign this law, and this is the biggest scope of concerns that we receive, particularly on this question. And one more thing that I would like to briefly mention on is people are confused with what national mechanism of compensation and the international one. And possibly this is all down to the fact that the International Register of Losses and Damages was launched and kicked in a bit later, and the information campaign rolled out a bit later, and people have to be aware, and people are meeting the needs for people who live abroad, and people who are living abroad, they have no idea what this Register of Damages is, what it's all about, but we have to work. We also have to push the information on both the International Register of Damages as well. So this way, cooperation with international agents have to be, and we, especially where, I think, if briefly, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Olga. We have to let you go, but we are thankful that you managed to join us. Further on, we would like to give the floor to Tatiana Kozlovska. She's the Deputy of the Ministry of Territories, and I would like to address these questions to her. As it was sounded out at the beginning of the welcome word, you've got a limited time, you've got to mention about the follow-up steps, but at the same time, I would like to mention from the praise, because this mechanism that was established in Ukraine during the ongoing military aggression, I think it's unique. And at the beginning, I would like to mention how you see it, what's your hold on this mechanism, how it was launched, and what tendencies do you observe now? And what challenges you have had, and the biggest wins that you have observed during this process. Thank you, Anastasia, for your questions. Really, in reality, when it was understood that the decision will be made as for this form of compensation, we had to understand at the expense of what resource we will be implementing it. That was the key question as of then. And our first meeting with the Global Bank, when we presented our solution, it demonstrated that the experience and those processes and instruments that we are offering are to those people, they were very weird, let me call it this way, when we were planning to work on the basis of the united analytical system, when we were talking about the fact that we will do so, that all organs of local authorities will be connected to the system. Nobody believed us. As of now, we've got 460 commissions that are connected to the register of the destroyed and ruined housing, and we understand that this approach does work. The key problem at the beginning stage is to train the local authorities to work with this instrument, not the people, I mean, not namely the people, because the representatives of the commissions are the subjects who make those decisions, and for them, they had to understand what succession and on the basis of which they have to make those decisions and what it will be like. And we had to make sure that we provide transparency of this work, understanding that what stands behind it, let me say, the portrait of the product. The more trust to the Commission they have, the more we will be speaking about the fact that the process is successful. At the beginning, it was challenging for those local authorities that had lots of damages. For example, in Kyiv Oblast, the huge problem was with the city of Irpin, where there was a huge number of destruction, and we had to adjust the work with the Commission so that they could work at least trying to work in this pace where there is demand, because there was huge of things. Whereas in Irpin we coped, in Kharkiv we are still halfway through, because the number of daily increase of the damaged housing is huge, immense, and the Commission is lagging behind, no matter how much the local military administration is helping them. And we understand that the war is going on and the number of destruction is increasing too. When we laid out on the basis of which and who has to do something and on the basis of what, and there was a huge discussion with the Minister of Justice in terms of how to deal with the property and what status they have and what to do with the register of the property and how to not to avoid the deduplication if it is excluded. So there were so many underwater boulders which is not visible on the surface. There is so much in this instrument because on the one hand it's complicated and in terms of forming and building up, but on the other hand we try to make it simple for use as much as possible, because what Olga says, the consent of the co-owners and participation of the co-owners to participate, that's what we need at the end. It's not only to provide assistance, but to arrange the work with the property which has the status of the destroyed one. Because later on, when they have the new property, they don't come into the new tax. Which with a property that has this specific status, what is not there for the taking, it's a lot. And I would like to thank everyone, and Miss Olga as well, who was actively involved, not only to the assistance, not only in this context from the legal supervision of this ingredient of this project, but in general in terms of implementing innovative approaches that were not available in Ukraine, but these had to be done. The product is not standing still. Besides compensation that has two stages, we also realized the compensation on the destroyed housing. End of last year, we kick-started the compensation on their own property, and currently we observe this direction is quite efficient and it's working. Recently, on the 7th of July, the government passed the law that allows for the Commission to use another form of commission to confirm the fact of the destroyed property on the territory of the active war zone. Let me say it's a kind of continuation of the Melitopol project, but referred to the territory of the active wartime zone. Now we're trying, as well as at the beginning, to train the Commission members to learn this instrument. In this case, our task is not only to train the Commission members, but also other subjects who have access to these shots, how to do it, how to make sure that this information is safe and protected. That's another ingredient of this project, but also to allow for the compensation to be delivered to the people which is located on the territory of active wartime. We understand that's the first stage, and on the one hand, it allows us to test the tool and implement it, but on the other hand, it allows to show our partners that this project works and it is protected from any manipulations in terms of its quality of how it is organized. So we're taking a step-by-step approach to show the fact that this product can be trusted with. And the next project we are currently preparing, and I can't say I'm announcing it because the vice Prime Minister was already speaking about this, but we're now working on the instrument who will allow to receive the compensation to the citizens who lived on the temporary occupied territories. This is another pilot project, a certain category of people. However, it's another approach, another peculiarity how the individuals will be provided the compensation with if they lived and resided in the territories of active war zone. We are hopeful that we will be able to implement it this current year with qualitative realization. So the project is not standing still, it's developing. So I'm thankful to our partners who have a trust and believe in this project. We are trying on our part to make sure it is stable and sustainable, and also we understand that it works transparency and no wrongdoing along the way of how to use it and to provide assistance to the beneficiaries. Thank you, Ms. Natalia.
And now we propose you to view this mechanism of compensation from the point of view of those who provide advocacy, legal advocacy, doing with the destroyed and damaged property, and to view the procedure which will make it possible to find out some important moments which can be updated, work out, and so on. So we would kindly ask Kristina Zakharova, who is the head of Legal Aid Program, CF Right to Protection. And the first question I would like you to address to Mrs. Kristina, what challenges and practical problems we may have here when a person claim for compensation, implement the strategy of compensation? Probably you may furnish the idea with examples. Yes, really, it's the moment I would like to focus on. This is the mechanism and how it will start working. Uh, so the lawyers are very skeptical because they usually try to find some problems which make it impossible for the mechanism to work. So we are not so much critical because we start from practice. We focus on nuances, not on the just fading ideas. So, really, we understand that the mechanism works, and it demands that we should be very creative here to be aligned with the mechanisms in the legislation, because there are things which cannot be predicted. Mm, there are some problems with documents, with the approaches, with the understanding of the human rights and how the human rights are realized by Ukrainians. But I would like to say that there are some global issues common with other people, because the half work of our program is connected with the compensation strategies, with the property strategies, and we would focus on the most common problems. What is not working? What is not predicted by the legislation? This is the limitations of the subjective nature of this strategy. We can understand it, but we should think about other categories of people, like foreigners who are the owners of property in Ukraine, stateless persons, returnees, those who address to us, and we should be active with the help here as well. The second category, the people are the people who are the owners of the property at the occupied areas. And really, this problem leads to the social tensions between IDPs, because there are people who can obtain compensation and people who cannot. Secondly, the common property. it is impossible to receive compensation when there is no agree of all the owners. We are not speaking about their will to make claims, but we are speaking about technical moments. They cannot agree because he or she is not physically present in country, for example, or a person may die. So his rights are not predicted by laws. So those who cannot realize their rights and wills because of the deed, um, and they should be followed according to the compensational procedures. So if we speak about the destroyed, the damaged property, whether we cannot obtain a part of the property because there are some problem with registered. Mm. Uh, Really, we have such cases, and the claimers support their rights. If the claimer's rights are not in the register and we face the absence of the consent, this is a problem and the problem is not solved. And this is one of the moments which should be worked out at the state level because there are different types of shares. People get these shares like heritage, for example. So the heritage was splitted, and this is a social problem which should be updated, which should be solved. Usually, the co-owners do not receive their funds according to the certificates. This is a problem as well, because people have this right to reserve money according to the certificates. Mm. Uh, Out of the two or three co-owners, if one have some beneficiaries, it turns out that they are the first to receive funds, to receive money. Other co-owners do not receive the assistance, and it means that they cannot realize their certificates at once. And it creates a great problem because people have to invent mechanisms how to have a common property or to find out terms for receiving the common money. Um, and actually, it's a lottery for people, and we can just observe it. But if people are participants, they do not like this way. So we can find a solution on the state level. Take it into consideration not those who have some benefits according to the laws, but to have into consideration all the claimers, and we should attach all the owners to this process and to have the holistic view on it, and it will solve the problem. And if we speak about the registering, the process in the state register, it is predicted by the law. It predicts the portfolio of documents as to registration, inventorization, technical inventorization. This is a costly strategy, would say. And if we speak about people who are not in the areas of hostilities and they are preparing this process in terms of portfolio, it's very complicated, and every case is finished in the court. There are many cases in the courts like that. It's very costly, it takes time, and sometimes it's impossible to solve the situation. We should invent a wheel here. So we are groundbreakers in such cases. Also, it should be taken into consideration that we have some pool of questions concerning the questions of non-privatized property. We may ask why people didn't use this right, and we will omit some philosophy here, but we will be very much practical in answering this question. The drill does not foresee the claimers to ask for compensation. Otherwise, they should privatize their property, and the question appear whether can do it for the second time. And it's a great problem which actually evokes social tension, especially at the territories which are not occupied, but which are under shellings all the times, and we do not have answers to this question. Another case would like to say about, it was recently stressed, this is about the compensation for destroyed property. It turned out that the place of buying the property again is very important, because another mechanism work here, and the mechanism is called alienation. People are not flexible here, and we have cases in Sumska region where people received certificate, they bought property instead of devastated housing, but take it into consideration the situation with the safety. They are going to leave Sumas and to move to more safe area, but they cannot do it because according to the alienation law, 5 years should be spent for such process. So they are not in safe, and this mechanism make it impossible to use their property. And actually, it is very common with the people. We have example of the family who bought their property, but again, it was ruined, and they used the app, but it is impossible to again activate it. And there is a technical moment here when you pass the procedure, and there is no optional case when you can you cannot be flexible with it, and there is no any technical possibility to proceed with finishing of your claiming approach. Hence, this mechanism again needs the in-depth updating, and we as advocacy professionals are very much interested in it. I think that this is the most common questions as to administrative usage of compensation. I'm not touching the court issues. There are many of them, but there are many problems which are not solved at the moment of claiming and receiving compensation and realization. Thank you very much, Ms. Christina. And I have another question.
And we know it's individual consultancies and group works, and also primary and secondary legal assistance to our beneficiaries. Possibly you have some interesting cases, maybe some loud cases that you would like to highlight to illustrate those problems that exist these days. And also maybe you could share your recommendations how to sort them out. When I was preparing for this event, I was looking for, together with my team, what's called beautiful raisins. Not maybe common ones, but they should be unexpected and non-trivial ones. And I would like to say in the first place that the problem lies within the legislation or its grounds. Lots in Ukraine, as many as in other countries in the world, there is a place for human factor, right? Even the best legislation may not be necessarily implemented or realized correctly. And one of the cases that I'm going to speak about, it's exactly about the human factor, which can be mitigated by the changing into the legislation. We had a very interesting case. It's not a one-off. It's first, yes, but we know we've got a line of people who will follow this track. It's the between and 600 decree. People addressed for compensation of the destroyed housing, but when there was no compensation, when it was only destruction, and it means Kievska Oblast, after the deoccupation, when chaotically everyone helped each other. The local authority allocated to those individuals some construction material for some possible renewal or improvement of or retaining of what was left. In the end, those materials was not sufficient for neither improvement nor renewal, so the commission made a decision that this housing was destroyed, and respectively people referred to us according to the 600 decree 600. But in the course of the commission review, for some reason the commission ended up having the solution because the construction material was provided, had been provided. We could say and make the conclusion that this property had to be viewed according to 380 decree, which concerns the renewal of the decree, and turned them down because the individuals had already received assistance from the local authorities, and respectively. And unfortunately, we had failed to prove to the commission that they confused the soft and the warm together. Look, we said like this mechanism has never been envisaged, and they had to take into consideration this decree according to the 600, but they went on 381. We had nothing else to do but to go to court and to claim. The court stick to our part. They sorted it out that the 600 order has to be used, and the commission had made a decision illegally, and it had to be cancelled and done appropriately. Unfortunately, we know that in this community it's not a one-off case. And in the first place, we're hopeful that after this court ruling, the problem will get resolved somehow. The commission will understand what the problem was and what they did, and will start to issue relevant judicially, legally grounded solutions. But we had a sequence of beneficiaries who had also received similar unlawful, illegal solutions by the commission. So, very interestingly, and in reality, a simple problem, very simple, but it failed to be resolved on the technical part. This is a very common problem in the legal practice, but we encountered the certificates. It's a misspelling. In electronic certificate, there was a misspelling in the surname spelling, and when the person referred to the notary to go ahead with the notary spotted that mistake and turned them down because he failed to identify the individual. This is envisaged by the notary law, so the notary did right. But when the person referred to us what I have to do, what we did, we went to the DD, we referred for the respective organs to correct the misspelling, to which they responded that this functionality is not envisaged. Therefore, live with the certificate as long as you wish. Naturally, we as lawyers, we never got desperate. We went back to court again, but this took us 3 months in order to prove that I won't be inventing the name now, okay? That one letter in the surname, it's a mistake, and in reality, this person does own the certificate. We received the court ruling and we managed to realize the certificate on the basis of this court ruling. But it took us some time. We again understand that the person lost 30 days during which he or she had to realize the certificate. So they received this court ruling, and then again they ordered the funds. In this case, it didn't take place, but potentially we see that they could have lost the potential seller of their property. It definitely creates certain difficulties and definitely does not empower people to believe that the state is creating mechanism to facilitate people's life. Respectively, such cases are difficult to imagine in theory, but they are present in practice, and in reality they can be very easily sorted out in the administrative order in order not to avoid going to court. I will not go into the details because there could be a special event dedicated to that, but a huge pool of problems. It's all about inheritance and certificates. Unfortunately, with our team, we draw up the scheme, which document comes to which, from what time already 2 documents have to be applied. It's the certificate of inheritance and about what. And we encounter a huge problem with understanding and using of the notary organ because they're very independent. And despite the fact that there are many methodological guidelines, but every notary has to make their own decision because he or she is personally responsible for their actions. And it's very difficult to implement some new mechanisms to which professionals were not prepared, what they had never done before, and which is not directly laid out in the legislation. Which certificate has to be issued in terms of inheritance? If we could possibly work it through with the notary organs and to introduce the respective changes in order to avoid collisions and for the people not to invent their own creative steps, it would definitely resolve lots of our beneficiaries' concerns. Thank you very much. And the next, we would like to invite Ms. Olga Onyszczuk, the topic that has just now been raised and announced earlier by Olga. In terms of inheritance, we know that you are analyzing it a lot. We would like to begin with this. Could you please share with us this problematic more in depth, what you can observe now in this direction? Dear colleagues, greetings to all. Hello, the guests and participants. I'm happy to share my experience. If we're talking about inheritance in the frameworks of the national compensational mechanism, I mean the destroyed housing, at the beginning when this mechanism when it kicked in, we had lots of problems, but now we've got a relatively few of them left. But the first problem that we encountered, the notarism, in practice, that was all about whether it can be inherited of what has been destroyed. Despite the fact that the property is destroyed, it is registered in the register, and the right is alive in the register of the property, and it can be. And until it's over, the notary has to and has the opportunity and the right to issue the inheritance certificate for the property mentioned. And this practice is actively used, as far as I know, by all notaries in Ukraine. But let me stop a bit here on the question that is still not resolved, but requires an urgent resolution on the legislation. It's the inheritance certificates, because the longer it takes, we've got more and more certificates received by the beneficiaries, and they were prepared for the realization, and the property rights were seized. Therefore, coming into inheritance of the property is not possible any longer. And even if the notary issues the certificate, inheritance certificate, it's not impossible to implement it. I will explain why not. There are technical but also normative hindrances. Technical hindrances are that all the verifications is taking place on the property register. In order to submit to get the compensation, the D application has to see respective documents when the right was seized, and the DIA doesn't let it go further. And further, to realize the certificate is also a challenging thing, because in order for this housing certificate on the basis of inheritance to pass over to a new owner, the respective changes have to be implemented into the register. How to get this resolved? On the technical level, we have to understand that the claims have to somehow go to RPZ without DRP, and on the normative basis, on the basis it has to be implemented changes on the legal basis, how the changes from the previous owner to the new owner who inherited the property. I cannot stop over on the question of how inheritance is key and important on property which remains on the temporary occupied territories on the in the frameworks of the international compensational organism. And here what is critically important is to pay attention of the lawyers that the technical documentation that my colleague has been speaking about right now, I would like to pay your attention, all of us, the technical documentation of the property registering of the government is not necessary. It is directly envisaged by the property rights according to the Order 1127. This norm was implemented during the action of the martial time, so they do not have to require any neither new nor the old one just to open the new chapter of the property rights. There is one exception only when the old legislation organs, they do not contain the general housing floor space. Let me not mention the living housing floor size. The most common mistake and the most erroneous consultancy by the lawyers who wrongly consult the individuals by explaining that this documentation will be required from them. So that's why if we are consulting the lawyers, I think lots of people will be able to resolve this problem easily. I cannot but pay my attention to the verification that still remains in terms of the ownership rights of the state. We have done a lot in this direction, together with the Ministry of the Development of Territories and Lands, and together with our partners in the whole Europe of European countries. Last year we had an expert decision and resolution that non-verified owners of the property in Ukraine, I mean those people who've got on hand those old legal documents on hand, which are not verified on the primary level, at least are as many as 9.6 million people out of the total owners of the property, which is as many as 17.8 million. That means, in other words, about half the people of owners of property as of today, they have not been verified in terms of their property rights in the register. It's very important for us to lead the information campaign all around Ukraine, for everyone who works with people, for everyone who works with property. We need to explain to people how it's possible to verify, I mean digitalize in other words, and to provide it to the notary and the central government, all nation register, up until the moment when such documents, because of the destruction, will be destroyed, or the Bureau of the Technical Administration will be destroyed, and the destruction keeps on coming. The paper-based documents keeps burning, and this is one of the most extensive cyber attack that was committed end of 2024, and the data fortunately was served, but paper-based documents unfortunately are ruined. I would like to also pay your attention that the 11440 law where our expert team worked on, the community organization Come Back Alive, they came back by the parliament, and the first hearing was before the new year on the 19th of December 2024. Up until now has not been passed in the second reading. This is a disgraceful thing that the parliament takes time to make to pass different norms during the martial law, but cannot have time to finalize with this law, which is so much important and vital to people. I would like to highlight that it gives the opportunity to register the property right in the state registration of property without any hindrances for those people for whom the primary data are on the occupied territories. I mean, there is no access to the physical Bureau of Property. There is no chance to verify with the immediate cancellation of this right, which could eventually hinder and prevent from illegal actions from some criminal-minded people. I would like to also pay your attention today that we are learning into the court legal practice, and that's exactly what my colleague has been speaking in her previous speech, we have to definitely analyze the legal practice, because on the basis of this legal ruling, we can see that the commissions can be allowed. They tend to make some typical mistakes. These mistakes are corrected by the law, and due to that, there is an external burden.
And we should address the court in such places, and we should take into consideration what will going on during the war period of time. And we should analyze our mistakes. We should go ahead, and the state will win in such situation, and our citizens will be protected. And partially, I will dwell upon the problem which wasn't announced today. It's very sensitive during the process of the heritage portfolio. And during the realization of the certificate, there are many representatives, especially the military people, and those people who perished, they are found out to be disappeared, especially those who claimed to be perished. According to the law, we should ban the heritage portfolio after such people, and we cannot prove the property rights of such people in the following process in the certificate. We understand that the family of such people whose facts of perishing cannot be found out, cannot be proved, is a problem. And really, we have the gaps in the procedures. Suppose you have some questions, you're welcome to. Thank you. We will finish the panel, and probably some offline or Zoom participants will have some questions. And the next question would like to address to Anastasia Shepelenko, who is the head of the legal department, civil organization, the 10th of April. So the typicality of the mechanisms and updating strategies, probably. You actually accentuate some court practice problems which may appear here during the necessity when people address to court to prove their claiming rights in courts, especially as to the new register is concerned. Probably there are some problems which are very topical here and which needs the urgent solutions, the ways of the solutions from the point of view of court practice, to be more short and to be more effective from the point of view of time. Thank you, Anastasia, for the questions. Thank you, colleagues, for your speeches. Really, every word is very important here. And I understand that here we are very active and we spot problems. These are problems as to perished people, alienation. We understand that the lawyers are very active here. They have the close procedures, understanding procedures with very severe results. This is not problems with the military people. The civil people face the problem as well. And we will face such problems for more years ahead. Also, Ms. Hrtena highlight the topicality of people who didn't privatize their property. We have the same cases when we accompany such people, and these are the whole residences, and the house may be located near some electric spot and with very severe shellings, and 12 families dwell there, and people unfortunately do not have any access to compensation mechanism. Also, a problem with the 9 people and 600 people are not verified. 9 million which are not verified will not have the access to compensation mechanism. Factually, we can say that compensation mechanism is a very unique one. Really, it works. It's a very good tool, universal one, but 9,600,000 people are not verified. Do not put their information into a register. So factually, we have some people who are not in the focus of this mechanism. Some problems are with the court procedure. What problem may be here? First of all, many problems appear like physical losses of the documents. People physically cannot take the documents and gather the document. The absence of the legal document. When the resident wasn't buyed according to the legal terms. It's a kind of domesticated documentation which lost, unfortunately, their legal force. But in Hromadas, it's very common, especially in Kherson, Mykolaiv region. There are many housings like that. Some problems with the wrong accepted heritage, some severe problems which cannot be actually solved differently, but the court strategy. We come up with this court procedure. So what the claimer start to do? First of all, he or she starts to find the legal assistance, a person who may help her in this case. The first strategy is a free legal aid, or some specialists from the social organization. But if we speak about the legal assistance which can be provided by a lawyer, which is not free, we understand that it will be very expensive and a person can not use the strategy. It's very good when a person will find a free assistance, free legal aid, or will address a charitable foundation where she can receive the spectrum of the services, but usually people cannot find such way. The next way, the next complexity which appear here is the collection of the documents. When a person tries to gather all the documents, doing with the heritage, for example, we understand that it's very expensive, it's very costly, because every step in notary registering, it's very expensive for person who was affected by war. The next step, when we gather the documents and we are ready to address the court, so we speak about the court fees. This is 1% for a person who was affected by war. Again, this is very costly. It's very good when such a person will find himself in NGO, especially with the vulnerable people, and the NGO may cover some court expenses, but again, Not all the people can get such assistance from NGOs because every NGO has a vulnerable criterion. Next, again, property rights. The problem with property rights with a person, and due to some circumstances, a person cannot use because of the lost documents. Such barriers for the people are very big, and factually, people who are practitioners, they understand that every case in court it take time, especially when we speak about property cases. When we are doing with marriages, it's understanding it's 6 months according to Ukrainian legislation. When we speak about property case in court, it's more than 1 year or 2 years. With foreigners, the situation is the same. When a person lived in Ukraine and he lost his property, the court says that there is no discrimination here when we speak about the access to the compensation mechanism. So there are many issues, many problems. The solutions to such problems of prolonged procedures, for example, prolonged court procedures. First of all, we can get rid from the court taxation, because this is the barrier which is very severe here. People can do nothing with it if they cannot find financial resources, either private or by charitable foundation. The next variant, which can be work as a solution, can be a solution here, is a possibility to work with this, with such cases in specific focus. When there are questions with the assessment of the property, which is again very costly. And again, these are scaled changes which should be viewed and should be worked out, but we should stress them and we should focus on them, and we will, in future, we will have the solutions. Thank you, Ms. Anastasia. We are trying to finish our panel. Suppose the participants have questions. We have some 5 minutes to use this possibility, and you may ask questions. Thank you. I'm the lawyer from Julia, and the question is about court fee. Do you have in your practice any result of the claims when people do it otherwise, pay court fee otherwise? Just from the point of your practice, it should be a kind of the bridging of this gap when the courts will understand those who were affected by war. Thank you for the question. We are trying our best to address with our practices to get rid of this court fee, take it into consideration a very complicated financial situation of people, but just calculate the sum which actually take more than 5% of the human income. For affected person, it will be a great sum, and they cannot pay such sums, such court sums. Again, we do not have huge practices like that, but recently we used to have this such case in Kherson region when court fee was not paid. But when we speak about postponement of payment, there will be institution again who should pay it. So we try just to postpone it to another resource. Probably the situation will change for a person. Again, it will be just postponed for a very short period of time. I may just say on some simple actions, like, for example, birth or perishing, we have 50-50. 50 people are liberated from such court fees, and 50% of people are not liberated from such fees. But this is not realistic often. Some more questions. I would like to use this possibility as a moderator and to ask Ms. Olga Nishuk and Kristina Zakharova, is it possible to digitalize some registers of real estate? There was experimental project of the Ministry of Justice, and there was a case 509 which predicted digitalization of property registers. What do you think? Can we renovate this innovation? Can we proceed with this initiative? And can it be a kind of prevention from shellings? And can it improve the compensation mechanisms? Thank you for the question. I will answer in details. In 2020, the initiative of a digital register appeared from the point of view of state registering, and this problem was under discussion in 2020 when we with partners trying to find out how much time it will be taken. 10 years, because if we are doing with archives and we are trying to make it digital, it's a complicated issue, and I wouldn't dwell upon it in details. It's a very deep problem. It's a complicated problem, and it is very complicated for realization, and it is not realized. So we try to do otherwise, having the practical experience. I think that informational campaign as to digitalizing when a claimer will come up with the document will be more effective. So I would say that personal approach is welcomed here. This is a kind of revolutionary approach, but not evolutionary approach. But it's not fair to those who are citizens on the level of law during the war period of time, during the martial law. So we should keep to informational campaign. Thank you. Mrs. Christina, did the claimers with the digital materials approach to you? Did you have such cases? No, there were not such cases. And in theory, it can save the situation and can simplify the situation. But I can agree with Mrs. Olga that it's too late. And I have a rhetoric question. They were responsible persons, but the data is with Ministry of Justice. And in 2015, 2015, when the powers were transmitted, the archives were not taken out and were not transmitted to a new subject. So the problem looks like that we do not have a digital register and we cannot access it. This information is costly, and the registers they think how to focus on funds, and every register demands from the claimer to do investorization. This is their internal drill. They are very inventive in argumentation. Why do they need it? But we understand that the owner should not have these barriers as to the access to their property rights. This is what we can work out. And probably in future we may start this digitalization. I again will try to provide my explanation. I will just change the focus, not on this question, but on otherwise. We are at the panel discussion. Try to reiterate the next focuses. Just trying to change something. Ukraine is the only country in the world which, during the full-scale invasion, compensate the property to citizens, the cost for property. This is the first issue. The only country which compensates the property costs. The countries of European Union went different ways to implement instruments of property rights, paying their own resources for their future. This is the first issue, and it deals with the legal state framework, with some limitations of compensational mechanisms. And at the end, the property of this mechanism predicts that the person will stay in Ukraine. So the aim is not to provide person money, but to provide citizens with his rights. The second issue, the common responsibility, when the state is responsible as well as the citizens are responsible for the access to the tool which will provide the property rights. And the citizens, and I would just claim it to the partners who provide funds to us and who are donors, who are financial donors, as to legal accompanying, I would state it that the citizens should be very responsible as to their property rights. And today, any tool which works in Ukraine is connected with the verification of the final beneficiary, and we can do it in digital way by means of exchanging the data. We cannot do it in very fast at paper. It won't work. It doesn't work. If it is fast, it should be done on the level of exchanging the information. So right to protection did a very good roadway, very good itinerary for all the citizens of Ukraine, which we share at our channels, and I would like you to be switched on. People should simplify the work of the state, provide the work, simplify the work of the state, please. This is what I ask. If we try to evoke this question of privatization, we cannot provide compensation for the property which depends to hromada, but not to a person. This is not the property of a person. The property depends to hromada. This is a very important issue, and I would like you to communicate this idea. If a person would like to use the right of privatization, he or she should do it. And if she is not willing to do it, in future, Hromada will find out what to do with his or her property. Because there are cases when a person would not like to privatize the property because he or she received the state property. That's why I ask you to communicate it as the responsibility of two parties, but not as a will of a state to provide a person with money. Money expensive. That's it. That.
Thank you very much, because I think it's a good message for us to finish with this panel discussion, because our colleagues and our partners, I urge you to support our information campaigns and to stick to the principle or constitutional principle that the ownership makes us take care of the state registration of your property rights. Thank you to our panel members. Then thank you for the participants. You definitely pinpointed interesting points as well that concern the climate part. During the next panel, we're going to consider into other instruments of the compensation mechanism, particularly the commission performance. And I would like you finally to pay attention to your QR codes in your programs, according to which you could follow and take part in a small questionnaire and to speak out, to have your say as for your observation of the compensational mechanism and also your suggestions how to make it better. We will be thankful for your consideration. So, dear colleagues, our next panel discussion is dedicated to the institutional hierarchy of the national compensation procedure. We kindly ask for moderator Maria Krasnenko is internal displacement expert, and also participants Stanislav Birin, head of the property recovery department at the territory of Suma territorial community, Victoria Kovalenko, recovery expert at the municipal recovery, Yulia Rospachnyuk, member of the Commission on the matters of granting the compensation for the objects of real estate, and Yulia Zabavska, member of the Commission of the matters of the granting for compensation for the property, and also Irina Plotnikova, secretary of Savinska Village Council of Izum district of Kharkivska Oblast, and also Yulia Matvichuk, human rights coordinator, Charity Foundation East SOS. Greetings to all. Hello. Ksenia, thank you for introducing me for the panel itself and also the speakers, which relieved my attention in terms of long declamation that stupors me a bit. My name is Maria Krasnenko. I will be the moderator of this panel, and I would like to pay your attention that the part of our speakers are currently online, and I would like to confirm and put Stanislav Biring online, who has to be online with us. And I am hopeful that Stanislav is with us. Stanislav, hello, hi. I would like to remind you that Stanislav is the head of property recovery department at the territory of Suma territorial community, and we will be able to speak a bit about Sumska Oblast in particular. But I would like to ask Stanislav from the question, which according to the research that was announced by the fund Right to Defense, only a third of respondents within 30 days receive the decisions of the commission. Another practice says that that other proportion of people receive the decisions and communication with the commission at a longer period, which exceeds 30 days. Stanislav, why don't we start with if this practice is relevant in your case, or maybe it's different in your case, and I would like you to pay attention if it happens, why it happens, why these terms are extended and delayed, what are the reasons for them, and can you say also about other reasons and difficulties that arise with Commission in terms of launching this procedure? Stanislav, the floor is yours. Oh, hold on a second. We can't hear you well. Now we hear you. No? Sorry, the sound wasn't good enough on our part. Hello? We had.
Actually, we had a big problem because the register didn't work properly. Two people were in the register, and the shellings were severe. If you trace internet, we have very severe shellings. 700, 900 claimers at once appear, and Commission didn't manage to work it out. And the register, very huge. We created our department. We enlarged the quantity of registrators. We partially changed the format of commissions. We have 2 times a day people who are involved in commission. So they only focus on the commission. They have more free time. Besides, there are some moments when a person knows that his or her property is damaged. He used the app's GIA, but unfortunately at place he is not available, and the property is not available. When the object is in the hostility area, it's very complicated because the commission should fix all the damages. Now the situation is again complicated. There are some shellings again. General, the topicality is that there are full-scale shellings, and we should do with claimers. The applications should be done, and all of the documents should be registered. This is just the pre-estimation. If we speak about checklist, everything should be recalculated, and if it is a scaled shelling, people left the territory of Ukraine, go abroad, they know that their place of living is ruined. Probably they find it in the internet, but practically we cannot find it out. And sometimes these questions are not solved. I do not see any problems in the commission routine. But I understand that everybody is working and no specific problems. It's understandable that you have elaborated. You actually enlarge the number of specialists. It's very good. This is the result of your work. But I would like to dwell upon 2 issues. You said about the absence of people, those whose property is damaged at place. Do you see any legal initiatives here? Because just for you to have not to have problems in future. Can it be any solutions from your party? Me as a lawyer, this is my profession. I do not envisage here a solution. I understand if it is a private property, a mason, for example, mention, it's understandable that we can analyze the damages, we can see the damages, witness the damage. If it is apartment, it's complicated. Without examination of internal damages, we cannot do any steps. If there are problems with windows, for example, balcony blocks, physically it's very complicated to register. Probably there are some problems with internal doors. I cannot plan. How can we change the situation legally?
Thank you, Stanislav, for your position. It does have a place to exist. Let me say the next question that I would like to mention while we're still online with you. The question lies in whether it's sufficient to inform people on these challenges, because in my practice I've experienced that people really are living in a different district or abroad, that look, they say the Commission has done nothing, there is no solution, and it's impossible to get a certificate. Is there enough information here, or in the context of information that has to be provided, we have to nationally, both the community, the people and the government, we have to pay attention to other instrument tools. For example, to provide documents that can represent an individual or other tools, etc. Because in your opinion, is the information is enough, and are there any other instruments that could be helpful? Look, here we've got one more problem which we haven't spoken about yet, actually. If the person is abroad, for example, then how is this person able to address us? Only through DIA application. Referring to us through DIA, that's what we spoke about during our previous panel. The national register may not be formed well, and that's it. End of story. So then DIA is not efficient at all. Referring at least to receive the acts or to receive from charity funds. Oh, again, the same question. How? The power of attorney, right? What's the cost of the power of attorney, which will be done abroad? Sometimes it's much higher than to do the window pane replacement by themselves. That's the point. The budgeting. To simplify the power of attorney, well, I don't know. Maybe somehow something can be done in Ukrainian legislation, and to provide maybe not the power of attorney as a tool, but some other document that the person can sign and send to us. If our legislation allows for that, yes, it will be easier. Or to make it online through DIA application, which can be there. You see, we can now have some suggestions how to simplify and improve. Thank you, Stanislav. I would like to kindly ask you to stay with us online, because I still have some questions to ask you further on. Meanwhile, we're going back. My next question to Victoria Kovalenko, who's an expert on renewal of municipal center of the cities of Ukraine. And Victoria, can I kindly ask you to start with how you see the key problems in the actions of Commission in the context that you're dealing with a wide frameworks of regions, and possibly you can, and I'm sure you can highlight the problem issues which is characteristic of everyone, or the specifics as for some particular regions. Victoria, the floor is yours. Let's start from the beginning here. Okay, thank you, Maria. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Associations of Cities of Ukraine. Definitely the housing sector is one of the central sectors of renewal, and the key central element is affordability and accessibility of renewal of the destroyed or damaged housing. And all those problems mentioned above and researched by Prawo na Zachist, right to support, we do support them and we agree with them. All of them were sounded by the associations of the cities of Ukraine with references to and appeals to the government in terms of implementing changes to multiple legislation acts, how to simplify the system, and all those technical aspects. They shouldn't be higher or above the legal base of how we see it. And the Association of Cities of Ukraine rather invaluably provides its activity, and the municipal center was created to renew where 10 consultants are working, when we're also cooperating with the Romadas communities on the regular basis, and we consolidate with the questions that have to be resolved in the aspect of renewals and compensations. We're also developing local acts and projects of those documents that are mandatory for financing on the international level. And also in the frameworks of the associations, there is a section on renewal on the deoccupied territories. It was created to assist and to create such communication links between these sections, because we feel like they're undermined and there are questions. And on the first thing first is the internally displaced people and providing them with housing. We consolidate these questions and we collect them and we refer to the government and we broadcast the messages to communities too. And also the Associations of Cities of Ukraine has created the School of Renewal of Hromadas or communities on its platform. The first was selection and it was over as many as 37 communities. We help them create their own profile and also aiming at presenting on the government level in order to finance all these projects like renewal, restructuring, providing with housing, all those acute needs that are sharply present in Hromadas. And these renewals are, they demonstrate a good result, and the outcomes we have are really efficient. It's not only about education, but it's also about efficient experience exchange. And I urge everyone to go the training. Victoria, then right away another question right away to you. How to get involved? Because I understand that this school is the first successful school is over. Are you planning any follow-ups? And on behalf of advertisement, where can we follow with you? Because I assume all those people present here in this hall in front of you and other people present, it's at least a new thing, and they also may feel interested. So where to follow up, where to follow you? Currently, we cooperate with Mariupol, and this project is mutual. And as for the second enrollment in school, this question is now being discussed. It also involves donor funds, and we're always open for cooperation. You can also follow us on Facebook, on Telegram, on all those messenger channels. We would be happy to for cooperation. Besides that, we know there was an implemented law by the Parliament 1161, but currently it's not in place. We're also reliant on these standards and norms because the communities had a huge demand for these norms, which will be implemented on the occupied territories with hot frontline. Let's stop here a bit. Besides the draft 1161, that's the draft. As for the law, it's a different number. What other problems were sounded out by Hromadas, by communities on the legal level that in the frameworks of our today's discussion we have to highlight and let them and speak about? So yeah, thank you for your question, by the way. In the frameworks of municipal center, we constantly cooperate directly with communities, and these requests in general, when there are several co-owners, that's a broad question. When there are multiple co-owners, there is no contact among them. They're not able to form this property. That's why there are lots of broad questions here. All of those mentioned and discussed, including the exchange of the register of property rights and also damaged property. There is no synergy to create unified access to these data so that they could be uploaded all together. Naturally, that digitalization of these data, it's a very important question. and also informing people must be accessible and provided. So these words of your cross-cutting confirmation that the problem is large scale and we have to work with this. I will come back to the discussions with you later on as well. And now, meanwhile, I would like to let me know if Ms. Yulia Rospachnyuk is with us online, because the next question is the question that I would like to address to her. Yulia, are you with us? Yulia, let me remind you, she's the head of the Borodyanka village administration of Bucha district, and the community that definitely, unfortunately, has a huge experience of renewal. But Yulia, from the beginning, I would like to speak about you as the member of the commission on questions of providing compensation. What problems do you see on your part? What challenges do you experience on the daily basis? Ms. Yulia, are you with us? Because I see the signal is breaking up. Is it frozen? Yulia? I think Yulia is not. Yeah, if you could hear me. Yes, I can hear you. Could you please just say to me if you have heard my question? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I did. As for the problematics that we have encountered, especially at the beginning of the launch of our commission, that was Yulia. Yulia, can I kindly ask you to maybe switch off the video for the time being, because the signal is breaking up and there's an interruption. We would be happy to see you in person, of course, but for the time being, only listening to you will probably be more efficient. Is it now better? As for the problematics that we encountered, is the renewal of the documents, also that the huge number of we helped people to reform the documents, renew the documents. The problems that we encounter currently, up until now, is also the documents that the people, unfortunately, don't seem to hear us and not always understand what we are telling them. That the money gets into the signal is breaking up. I do apologize. And from our accounts, we explain to them. We cooperate with people on a regular basis, and we work. We're doing our best. We're trying to cover as many people as possible, everyone, and to help. But such problems do arise. Yulia, I would like to discuss together with you the change in the Decree 381, which envisages for providing compensation in cases when the amount of damages exceeds the cap limit, only under the conditions of the availability of co-financing with other sources. The question to you is whether this document is understandable and whether it has started to work in your community, and whether you have had such cases, and whether you have some understanding from the people, from the beneficiaries who you work with in terms of how these mechanisms work. Yes, our community is in this pilot project according to, and we suspended the claims of the individuals in order to understand how this mechanism works. And now and if we're talking about it's included in the program and its renewal. We find the subcontractor and we receive the documents. Whether what will be restored and renewed and in what amount, and only then there will be accrual made of payment. And I think this will be the most relevant action from our part. As for the private sector, unfortunately, the private sector doesn't get here, but we implement other charity funds? What will be renewed? And if the replacement of the roofing will be implemented, but it requires, then we bad signal, and also we exchange the information.
We constantly exchange information with beneficiaries and they provide information to us. We cooperate with the CDAR, this is information international platform. We obtain some data from them to understand, for example, what a person received in 2020, because unfortunately, the register sometimes cannot provide mobile assistance. Miss Yulia, and the problem with registers for past period. Can this question be regulated or recoordinated today in different way that we see from our perspective how it works at places? Yes, if there will be one solid general state register which can be updated and we can update it by means of GIA application and we can obtain some quick information from it. It will help us and the situation will be more easy. We will be quick in processing information. With CIDAR, it's understandable. The information is input and manually we've tried to do some updating. There are more than 439 numbers, 10 block houses, for example, and there are apartments where 5 of them are totally devastated, but people have this hope for innovation, that something can be renewed. And for the audience, I can just stress that really this question should be discussed at the national level, because this is not the only problem here. And Ms. Yulia Zabavska may comment on, who actually is the member of the Commission on the matters of granting the compensation for objects of immovable property damaged and destroyed ones as a result of hostilities, terrorist acts, and so on. What do you see here as the updating to these issues we discuss? Can you join our understanding of the issue from your party? You are as a member of the Commission of Matters of Granting the Compensation. What can you say about it? Good afternoon, participants. Really, as Ms. Yulia has already reiterated, we highlight the common issues we face because we have the same problems. But it is a bit different with us. The main problem we face is how to implement the information which is not correct as to the property documents, where the rights of the owner are not implemented properly. The documents which are not arranged accordingly to our legislation, because there are some households, some housings with different entrances, visual differences, but they have one common walls, semi-attached houses, and they were registered as apartments, not as houses. And people face the problem that they cannot implement their documents properly into the register because it is indicated that this is the apartment, but in fact this is a semi-detached house which is located at the privatized lot. And many people face this situation. And from the moment of privatization, the house was developed. The area is different, and they cannot use this procedure of amnesty, and they cannot implement into the program proper technical documentation due to the fact that the apartments, according to legislation, cannot be attached to another building. And no building can attach to this solid one. And as to the self-governing procedures, we cannot change the status of houses and apartments. And this is a problem when we change the status of property. And we face this problem as a topical one. And unfortunately, many people forced to go to court with claims to prove their property documents or to change the character of their property document. Otherwise, they cannot obtain any compensation. And we know that the procedure is very rigid. The compensation sum is 500,000 hryvnias, and for apartment is different, it is lower. One person receives 350,000, and this is the topicality we face, and we try to find out the way out from it. We cooperate with different NGOs, as you see it. There are many charitable foundations we work with, and there are many representatives from the Right Fund, and they eliminate this problem as well. So this is our bold problem. And again, would like to comment and to underline some of the issues as well. Should we find some more resources as to awareness of people about documentation, about the objects which are not under shellings, which are not devastated, just to make some preventive steps? And can we hope on such preventive steps? Yes, I do agree with you. Citizens should be aware about such problems, about the necessity of implemented the registers in time. Unfortunately, from my practice, I see that there are many people who actually take into consideration the realistic situation when we speak, for example, about inheriting, about other procedures which are costly for people, which take budgets from families. Many people, they are safe, let's say in this way, they are safe. They just write some formal documents and no more, but they are not thinking about registers, about property registers. People do not understand the necessity and the importance of these data which should be in registers. We are trying to explain this necessity. And in Kherson region, many people face this question where many facts of real estate were not implemented into register and they cannot obtain compensation mechanisms. Now people are more aware as to this procedure and they are trying their best to stay alert. Especially it works with IDPs. They understand that they can and should buy a house only with documents. With people try to be more specific here, especially in terms of searching the housing. Take it into consideration real estate registers. We are at the locations of hostilities, and people try to satisfy their rights for future compensation, understanding that a house unfortunately can be devastated due to shellings. So people today are more cautious, let's say, but we should inform and actually we speak about retired people here, elderly people. People lose their faith, understanding that not much time is with us. So we should think about our children. People sometimes do not understand that in terms of heritage, this procedure can be very complicated. If the term register is not operating in documents, more problems appear. Thank you, Mrs. Julia. And I will take some samples from your speech to my parents who do not want to finish their registered documents due to some buildings issues in my family. You will be one who will inspire my parents. You will be a good example for them. Thank you. And another question is, are there complexities of technical character as to the access to registers? Are there any problems here, or there are no problems with technical access? If we take consideration our Hromada, such problem existed after the occupation in 2022. Unfortunately, in our oblast, only few registers are left. And in our Hromada, there was no one holistic registrator. But we were trying our best to find a proper candidate for state registrator, and we found one. And in 2023, we signed the agreement with a state registrator from Dnipropetrovsk region who cooperated with us in location. And in 2025, we involve one, and we have a local professional, and it simplifies the procedure because people address with claims to other hromadas, to other registrators in informal way, and they address local authorities, speaking about queues and criticizing authorities due to such issues. And we were trying our best to be independent here. We have one single registrator, and we do not face any problems like that today. We do not have queues today to registrator. Speaking about the state register. So local registrator simplifies the drill, and it simplifies the work of Hromada. So I'm very happy that you found the registrator. It's really simplifies things.
So I am happy about this. We'll come back to you later, and we're going to have time in the QA sessions. So thank you for your opinions highlighted above. And please stay with us online. Next, I would like to invite Irina Plotnikova, who is the Secretary of Savitska Village Council of Izum in Kharkivska Oblast. Ms. Irina, could you please confirm that you can hear us? Just sound check. 1 second. Irina is not available at the moment, is she? I would like to ask you to say whether Irina has been able to get back online, because I assume there might be some technical challenges due to her being in Izumski district. Okay, here I would like to switch now to Yulia, who's just next to me. Yulia is the representative of the non-government organization, which does, in my opinion, does primarily with evacuation. So please pay your attention to East SOS, and at the same time, please think about how we can communicate efficiently, and also how your organization provides both informationally and legal-wise to the people affected. So I would like you to say how you provide assistance to the affected citizens in terms of challenges and the problem scope that people are dealing with. And also I would like to hear from you more on the positive notes. What's good about it that we can see in all this? I can see your concerned look, but I think we can also find some sweet notes too. The word is yours. Thank you for your question and for the additional questions that I haven't been preparing for, but I've got a question to that. So let me start off saying that our fund deals not only with evacuation. It was founded in 2014. In 2022, pretty much the same as many other charity funds and organizations, we grew up and we scaled up, and we see what demand is there. And also since 2022, we've got a field lawyers. They have provided more than 67,000 consultancies, and 80% of them are about compensation of the destroyed property. Let me start off with a good thing. We've got a compensatory mechanism and it's working. There are lots of questions. Of course, we've heard lots of constraints and concerns, where to improve, what to be added. But the fact that it is there available and lots of people, I don't have the exact numbers at hand, but the previous speakers mentioned that they reached successfully the compensation. That means during the large-scale invasion, and we are able to organize such processes, and we are able to provide people with compensations. And now, further to the question that is about improvement. Okay, this panel is all about the work of the Commission, and partly I would like to give a quick overview of the challenges we're dealing with. We are dealing with the legal concerns, where we can see the points that require changes. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the work of the Commission, because despite the fact that they work under tough deadlines, sometimes under immediate threats, and they have to gather and to run their meetings. So the first questions I would like to stop here on and to mention the meetings, and also mention that in several communities they do not meet the needs they have in people, especially those which is closely to the battlefront line. They work in Donetsk, Kharkivska, Dnipropetrovsk already since recently, and also we see the disparity of the situation, because in Zaporizhia they meet more frequently, for example in Zaporizhska Oblast, and in Kharkivska Oblast, for example, there is a demand for the commissions to meet more frequently, and we see the communities where the commission is not gathering, and after opening several criminal cases being opened, they never meet. And in Izumska Oblast, the criminal case was dismissed, and after that, for a long time, they haven't met after. And there was a consequence that the compensation has never been granted at all. Also, there is a problem that we are dealing with, is the absence in the Commission of the professional experts who've got the construction or developmental, academic background or other expertise in order to find out and to state whether this housing is destroyed or ruined. Because the Commission ask additional confirmation and reports, which are pretty costly. And for people, for the beneficiaries, all this procedure of technical research, checkup, referring to the lawyers, additional act of and report of the technical observation, it increases, it goes over the roof, the cost of the cases. Unfortunately, we have the cases when people refuse if they cannot find help from the charity funds who could at least partly cover those expenses on certain stages, or at least to provide them with a lawyer. And in the view that this year and the next year, we're going to have a massive decrease and cut down on charity funds, and particularly on legal assistance, it may have a detrimental effect that the large number of people who will not be able to submit and become eligible for compensation. That's a kind of red line, huge red line, where the problem lies, is the absence of sufficient informing. In this report, right to protection, I'm really grateful for this report. One thing, 6% of people have never even heard about the mechanism, and another 30 have heard but do not completely have how to get their head around it. This situation is catastrophic, nonetheless, and there is a gap here in this sphere. Evacuation that Maria has mentioned, and among other things. So we need to increase awareness and information of the people, not only them, but also the Commission. Also, we have seen that if in the Commission some new developments in the legislation take place, it decreases the level, for at least for some time, how to make new decisions. So people start to find out how it's done. People are afraid, especially if they're close to the community where the criminal case was opened. For example, the Commission does not make a decision and there is delays in the process. And even those people who are eligible for the compensation, they're not able to receive the compensation for a very long time. So I would like to come back to the informational problem. Distance research, a great tool that has been implemented. All lawyers who work with us, namely it's 23 lawyers now who work with us in all districts, they have talked with commissions who work with them, and they ask them a question for their opinion as for the implementation of this mechanism. And all the commission members they mentioned and respond to them, they have no idea how it will work, even after the training that was announced by the Ministry of Development. Several commission members said, look, it's unreal, it's unfeasible, most probably it will not be even working. They spoke about multiple risks, such as using anti-pilotless drones. First of all, they complain that they don't have them. Secondly, they are afraid to use them, even if they do have them. They have to be arranged with the general staff. Look, several questions have answers to them. So staying here in Kiev, opening the legal basis, I see the answers to this question. But since people in the fields ask these questions, that means that information and awareness is definitely not sufficient. And getting back, I don't want to repeat the colleagues who have just mentioned this before. I definitely both thumbs up to the consent from the co-owners. It's one of the most frequent problems that people see us with. They have no idea how to work with this. There's a problem with the places of mutual use. This is connected with the law written differently and read differently. As for the destroyed, in the decree we say the places of mutual use, and the Commission refused, and the people are not able to receive the compensation since the entrance part has a destroyed roofing. And this has a knock-on effect. So Natalia from the previous panel also said about the privatization. The person may not be eligible to receive the destroyed property compensation. And I very clearly understand why it's happening. We've got lots of requests for non-privatized equipment, and here we have got court rulings that protect individuals, and they help to proceed with the procedure of privatization, and then the person receives compensation. That means we have to revisit the number of those court rulings, and maybe we need to switch to the administrative procedure, because by doing so, we overburden the courts who are already overloaded with other cases such as act of death, etc. And this definitely increases also the costs of receiving the compensation. And I would like to finalize with everything what I have said in terms of the compensation of the property, which is on the temporary occupied territories. I'm very well aware of the importance of finding the funds in order to provide for the compensation. However, speaking with the individuals, in our fund, we've got the document flow of the military crime. We definitely have to think in the direction of accounting, registering. Well, let's not say to people that we cannot lie with the compensation. I understand the costs. And the Minister of Digitalization, it looks scary, really. However, if we give people to let them announce that back in 2014 they suffered and they can be eligible and they can register their property, that it is in the occupied territory, whether it is destroyed or damaged, it will be a step forward for Ukraine to announce on the damages caused by the Russian Federation. Thank you, Julia, for highlighting with accentuation on the problem areas that you are observing, and a separate thank you for your highlighting, because that's all about my further questions, because it was all about the distancing observation and checkup, which is a renovation that has recently taken place according to the 8015 decree, and respectively, guided by this opportunity, I would like to ask those who immediately work in the commissions, how you evaluate those changes and whether it will facilitate, the distance checkup will facilitate your work. Mr. Stanislav, if you're with us, I would like to start off with you in terms of distance checkup. Stanislav, I think distance, can you hear me? I think distance
I think that the distance investigation would help us much in this situation. The problem is how to implement it practically. I would say that it might help us substantially in this way, because these gromadas who are at the front line, those who suffered severely, really the commissions exist there, but the commissions usually do not want to go to the remote villages where bombs are falling, and it's understandable when we have shellings in the village and when we have the field staff spot. I am the only one man in our department. I usually take this initiative, but those gromadas who are at front lines, it's very important, and it may help much, because people will really obtain compensation for the stuff they lost. But we understand that they should have a kind of assistance, distance investigation. Again, would like to reiterate that this is not a question in support. This is the point of the question is in the proper drill, how to organize the work in terms of documentation, how to fix it properly. Because if there is only one case when the commission members put their signatures on the document, but this is one thing, but the information from the drone camera is another. So this question should be discussed at national level, because we have some updates to the state law, and it should be defined and details and put in details how to fix it properly. Yes, for members of the commission to again have this responsibility for doing they provide. They are responsible for what they sign, for what they state in documents. If somebody just bring the documents, this is one thing. We should understand whether this house really exists, or this street exists. So we speak about mechanical issues. Please. Thank you, Mr. Stanislav. What about Mrs. Irena? Available? No. Okay. The same question can be addressed to Miss Yulia. Are you online with us? Yulia Rozpoczniuk. Probably Yulia Zapavska, maybe a member of commission. What is your understanding of this issue? Ms. Yulia? Probably again we have some problems with internet connection. Frozen picture. Miss Yulia, did you hear the typicality of our discussion? What is your opinion? Yes, I heard your discussion. I do agree with Stanislav, Mr. Stanislav. There are many burning issues, and the procedures are very important. It's very important that we have this mechanism. Another thing is what will be the first step. For Kherson region, it's very topical because many Gramada are at the front lines. At the hostility environment where we have cabs and drones and so on, and there will be one holistic elements to mechanism for investigation the objects. And what Mr. Stanislav reiterated, one should be sure whether is it a real house, and what kind of city is it, and what kind of village is it. Another problem is, was this house damaged after 2022 during hostility actions or before full-scale invasion? All the documents should be affirmed. I once was present at one of the meetings where such problems were discussed. Such updates were discussed to the law, the mechanism of distance investigation, and it was proposed to Commission to be sure about the object to be present. There were some drills discussed, like 4 photos, 4 positions of this house, and the level of damages should be described. The family should provide different photos to commissions to make the situation clear that the object is the bold one. And they should have some additional markers of the place. For example, a tree which grows behind the building, or a kind of a background, technical background, any specific any specific features of this house to simplify the procedure of compensations. Another question, how to provide such distance investigations, because really we should have some professionals who can be responsible for such investigations by means of drones, to have all the proper documents for such legal actions, because we understand that there are some military spots which cannot be examined by drones. And what kind of identification such drones should have. But this is the only and holistic mechanism which may be used in providing information to people. Thank you to Mr. Stanislav again, because all of us should think about it, about such mechanism, about real situation. Thank you, colleagues, and both participants in the hall and online participants. You have this possibility to ask questions, and probably from my party. Oh, there is one hand online. We can discuss it. Mrs. Svetlana Boris, in distant investigation, the problematic question is digitalized addresses of the location. How to connect dots here, how to attach the coordinates with the digital data, who can affirm it? Its question really should be included into the list of questions. and the members of the commissions were interested in it, how this question can be solved. It will be a kind of the first step. Mr. Stanislav or Ms. Yulia, can you comment on? Can I comment? Yes. Look, sorry, there are some problems with connection. It was some technical issues. Is Mrs. Yulia available? Probably there are some technical problems with connection, with internet connection. But I suppose we will hear her answer. So, Mr. Yuri from the home, the question is, did you experience any violations with funds of compensations? And in your mind, what is the origin of such violations? Probably there are some misunderstandings with the legislation, and do we have the mass problems here? So we speak about funds, about financing. This is not a very convenient question, would say, but Mr. Stanislav, can you comment this problem as to funds, to financial problems? We are so problems as to financing. There are problems. They often come with us, but our understanding of it, if we speak about our military regional administration, they support us with state investments. There are some cases with the renovation strategies. Do you hear me? Yes. And you see my reaction. Can you again reiterate your question? I'm speaking about compensation funds which are not used focusly. The question is, we are not speaking about focus implementation. In many cases, it happens with the verifications. But it happens as to the checklist. For example, frame block, window block. A person, for example, may rebuild a wall in her house, or probably something different was damaged in the house. But to take all money and to invest into the one frame, right? This is the idea which appears here. It's very complicated to make proper verification. If we just check it with a checklist, it's understandable that a specific sum of money is spent for doors, for windows, and so on. Such sums may differ, but it should be done somehow. Very often it happens when sums are calculated differently. So it happens the person invests all money into one issue. Yes. This is what you affirm the culture of balconies in Ukraine, right? This is what you affirm by your reaction. So I think Miss Yulia may comment.
Yes, thank you. I definitely wanted to confirm that in our practice, we quite frequently experience this when the person, according to the checklist, has to spend the money on the doors, but they continue purchasing more doors because some damage was overlooked. And this question is pretty frequent, and there is a reverse side of the problem that we fixed, that we noticed quite recently. Partly I mentioned about this, about opening the criminal cases on the independent participants who provided reports on research, and now we're seeing the people who the compensation to in their favor was paid for, and why this technical research had been done before. And now there's a question how to reimburse the money because the criminal courts, the criminal cases were opened as for dependent or independent professionals. Thank you, Yulia. I think also we have to speak about this additionally and to ponder on. Dear colleagues, I am grateful to you, to everyone who was online and in person for your thoughts. And what is actually the most important for me is those suspended questions pending questions that we have to move on further on. Thank you. The word is to Ksenia, and I am inviting everyone for a break. Thank you for your interesting speeches and for highlighting those problems that we highlighted. And now our well-deserved lunch break. I would like to ask you, and we're coming back at 1:40 for our next 1:40 for our next last panel today.
Шановні учасники, я запрошую вас продовжити наш
Dear participants, we will proceed our discussion and we will come up with our third panel discussion, which actually deals with alternative decisions. That's why I asked Teresa Smith, Senior Housing and Localization Officer, UNHCR, Olena Shuliak, Member of the Parliament of Ukraine, Pavlo Frolov, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Stuart Brooks, HLP Technical Working Group Coordinator, Hanna Christova, Head of the Kyiv Office of the Register of Damage for Ukraine, and Alina Moskalenko, Director of the Housing Institute. So we will start. And I will ask Teresa Smith.
Putin, and for more than a decade, the UNHCR has been supporting internally displaced persons and conflict-affected population. The full-scale invasion in 2022 significantly escalated humanitarian needs, bringing the importance to an entirely new level. So at the same time, both of the direct assistance to conflict-affected populations as well as systematic changes required into Ukrainian legislation demand substantial resources, expertise, and long-term engagement. So would you be so kind to share with us what are current efforts to support conflict-affected populations in Ukraine, and what additional steps do you believe are needed to ensure that rights of conflict-affected populations whose housing was damaged and destroyed are fully respected and protected?
Thank you for the question. So I think many people in this room might be familiar with UNHCR. We're the UN Refugee Agency, but we work in situations of displacement. So we're working both inside and outside of Ukraine to address the needs of people affected by the conflict. So we've been here much, much longer than the current conflict. We've been here since 1991. But when we're talking about the current circumstances, overall, we're working just since 2022, we've supported more than 7 million people with legal assistance, shelter, and cash assistance. So as a UN agency, it's our job to support, thanks. A little PowerPoint just to make sure what I say is clear. So as a UN agency, it's our job to support the national government in their overall responsibility to address the needs of the country. So we're really pleased and proud to be able to support the government with efforts like the e-recover Vidnovlenia system, which we're discussing here today. And I think we've been talking a lot about the key challenges. See? Can I make it? Okay, all right, sorry. So we've talked a lot about the challenges today, and I think we're not saying anything new here. Most participants here agree. There are challenges with people accessing compensation. Only a small percentage of the people who are eligible for compensation have been able to apply, although many of the people who have applied, most of them have received it. And many people lack documentation, digital literacy, fear of ineligibility. Everyone is aware of these issues. So the question then becomes, what can we do as participants in this space? If my PowerPoint is going to advance. Okay. So for UNHCR, we support the government with the large system that they've built with the support of the World Bank and other actors to apply systematic response to people in need of compensation. For us as UNHCR, we then work to fill the gaps that exist in that system. Because any macro scale system is going to have people who have specific vulnerabilities that will fall through the gaps. So With that, we've repaired over 44,000 war damaged homes since 2022. We've provided prefabricated homes for nearly 250 families. So those are for families who have completely destroyed properties, who don't want to leave the property, but are not necessarily eligible for compensation. And we've also had, through our partners like R2P, had more than 590,000 legal compensation sessions. And these are critical for helping people to address the root causes that prevent them from being able to access compensation, like not having appropriate documentation or ID. Additionally, we work to strengthen the system in which people are accessing assistance by supporting IDP councils and community-based organization. We want to make sure that the civil society infrastructure is in place long after UNHCR is gone to ensure that people are able to access compensation now, people will be able to access compensation in the future, and as the recovery process evolves, that as additional needs that we can't currently foresee come to light, that people continue to identify pathways to address that both through government and through civil society. Okay. So one of the ways that we do this as UNHCR is by looking at our beneficiaries as a whole person. So often we say, okay, this is a shelter case, this is a legal assistance case, this is a psychosocial case. But in most cases, families have all of those issues going on at the same time. So making sure that we're addressing all of the various complexities of that specific family, individual household is one of the ways that we are able to actually address their needs long term so that we're not just filling a gap now that is not going to be addressed for the long term later. This is a really challenging thing to do, and we rely really heavily on our national NGO partners to do that. So we bring a system that we put in place, but then it's our partners like R2P, TTA, a variety of partners who are here today, who then actually do the on the ground work to make sure that this happens and to make sure that people are able to access the services that they need. Still, some gaps exist in the system. And some of the things that we've highlighted as areas where we can address these gaps are ensuring that there's participation of NGO representatives in compensation commissions, and also potentially expanding the ways in which technical assistance can be provided to the compensation commissions. I think a few people today have highlighted that there's not necessarily the technical capacities in all of the places at all the time to do the assessments. A lot of the partners working in the shelter space for humanitarian assistance have that engineering capacity, but they don't have an easy entry point where they can provide that consultation, maybe even on a short-term basis, to various municipalities who may lack that capacity. So one of the other things, and sorry for my voice today, so one of the other things is that pathways for combining NGO and state support. This is one of the challenges that we continually face. We're not always speaking the same language, the humanitarian organizations, the civil society organizations, and the government, both literally in terms of English and Ukrainian, or also like structurally in terms of how we communicate with the systems that we use or deduplicate for assistance that were provided. So for example, humanitarian partners have provided reconstruction to tens of thousands of properties that are not necessarily reflected in the e-compensation system. And this is something that we continue to work to address with the World Bank and the Ministry of Development. How can we make these systems speak to each other to ensure that we're reflecting that all of the people who have been reached? Finally, inflation is a fun topic that everyone loves to talk about, but we know realistically that things continue to get more and more expensive year over year for the past few years. And that's also something that needs to be reflected in compensation, making sure that we are reflecting the actual costs to rebuild properties. Housing is very expensive. It continues to be very expensive. And the last thing we want to do is provide a huge financial windfall to families, but that still doesn't allow them to meet their basic needs. So it's something we desperately need to consider when addressing compensation needs going forward. And then I think a few other participants have talked on this today, so I won't go into detail. but also eligibility for renters and informal occupants. A lot of the most vulnerable people who didn't own their own property prior to the invasion have then been left without any compensation for their property and what they may have invested in places where they've lived. So once again, I'd like to reiterate, UNHCR supports the government in all of the work that we do. And we do that through the national NGOs who are here for the long term and are the most invested in the success of Ukraine going forward. We continue to provide support wherever we can, and we always look forward to being asked for more support to help make sure the systems are fit for purpose to address the needs of IDPs and also the Ukrainians abroad who would one day like to return home. And that's it for me, I think.
Thank you so much for emphasizing the importance of a complex approach in assisting conflict-affected populations.
Дякую.
Sequences of war, as well as thank you for underlining the importance of combining efforts of the state and NGO sector as well. І ми переходимо до нашої наступної спікерки. Пані Олено.
And we will go to our next speaker. So, Olana, thank you for this possibility to join our event. And thank you that the law 2923 appear because you are the author of this law. And we see that the national compensational mechanism is very dynamic. It is being updated. Now it faces different challenges. So how do you assess the realization of this mechanism today? So, and within the context of the legal initiatives, which are contradictory sometimes, what kind of legal initiatives you may put out, which should be affirmed? And good afternoon again. I have already started this event since the morning, and thank you to those participants who joined us after lunch. In our panel is named very interestingly. This is the extension of national compensation mechanism and the development of alternative solutions for protection of the property rights. And I think that it's high time to discuss alternative ways because we have the experience, we gather the information, the request, we analyze the legislation. So the task is put before us, what should be done. In Parliament, there is the list of initiatives which unfortunately contradict, let's say in this way, contradict each other. The Parliament is not logical as well. Probably you know about the law, which is at the office of the president. 1161, which actually deals with the compensation of the owners of the property at the occupied territory. I have the bold position as to this project. The Verkhovna Rada can support any quality decision, but if we do not have the mechanism how it should be implemented, all the ideas cannot be put into practice, and it should be just put into trash bin. So the laws like 11161 is very specific without understanding the sources of the compensation, financial sources of the compensation. When we launch the mechanism, the application, with the second reading, we created the mechanism of the compensation for Russian aggression, and 11 billion hryvnias from Sberbank confiscated from Russia were invested into the first stage. And we didn't have a World Bank, European banks of one, but we started with practical steps, and in Verkhovna Rada, it was very bold coordinated, and it should be bold coordinated with the Ministry of Finance, with our partners, with the government, to understand where we will take money from. Secondly, the issue which is less spoken about, we do not want our Ukrainian compensations to be for collaborants. We do not want our money to be used in improper way by collaborators, those who are traitors of Ukraine, who betrayed Ukraine. And we see how the відновлення application works today, and we see the approaches of people who have real estate damaged or under damaged. People who lived in Russia today try to use Ukrainian compensation mechanism in order to take money and to convert them and to use in Russia. So thanks to the local authorities and the commissions which work in the local authority, they understand the local landscape and they are very quick in reaction. In their reaction, they understand the challenges. So they just view claimers as they are. And if we accept the law like 11161, we should think upon the issue that we cannot compensate collaborants financially. It seems to me this is one of very important point of national safety. And when we were designing відновлення mechanism, we actually were speaking about people who were accused in treason, and we should remember about it. I remember myself reading the investigation, and it seems to me there were many things done in social networks, TV, at site, DIA, at mobile application, but still we lack the bold steps to be understood. 1, 2, 3, and here I would kindly ask all representatives of NGOs here to help state in this way, because we see there are many respondents who use the strange language, and I would kindly ask all organizations in terms of awareness to deliver people the information. When we were designing the law, there was the idea to do it. Unfortunately, our government does not do it. And we were speaking about territories where hostilities took place,
where people can go to the central administrative services, and we understood they didn't have applications on the phone, and we understand what is SNAP, which is the service point, which is a mobile roving unit, and they can also work, and they can also accept requests from the community, from civilians. And I understand if we see the statistics, how, in which way, in those pre-frontline areas where those applications keep coming, I'm sure there will be a time when those mobile units will be able to get down to work and able to work with such claimants. And one more, and a couple of words also about our Ukrainian business, which also suffers. Some of them have got affected housing, restaurants, hotels, industrial buildings, and enterprises. And as of now, those people have no opportunity, zero, for any compensation. They're not eligible. I'm very often communicating with business owners, and one of the questions that I hear, because I understand I'm the author of this compensational mechanism, and how about business? What the business is all about? Because we are struggling badly, because we need to have a hope at least to be able to understand that we will be able to be eligible. And from those forecasts, budget-wise, and the representatives of the Ministry of Development of Territories have been speaking about that there are no funds, financial source, just for every destroyed square meter to pay to the business respective amounts of money. But now I have initiated a chain of requests for the business associations. I have had several meetings, and what do the business say? Businesses say, they say maybe we don't need to actually get compensations such as money per square meter ruined. Give us the compensation in another format. If the hotel is damaged, for example, I talked to the Holiday Inn Hotel, who is right across the road in front of the Catholic Church. Give us some preferences in terms of paying local tax, because despite the fact you've got ruined or non-ruined, destroyed or non-destroyed, whether you have customer flow or no, the rent, the land tax, the profit tax, you pay this. What Kharkiv did for Kharkiv business initiatives from the local tax, they exempted the businesses from, so that the businesses stay in Kharkiv. 579 program. It only is available where the enterprises, especially in the secondary or recycling industry. Let's make this 579 industry implemented where the housing is and properties are destroyed. The funds of urbanization, more than lots of millions of hryvnias, the money is taken from the efficiency. So let's, and we get down to restoring the promises using the money from these funds. Respectively, such offers and suggestions are there and plentiful. And I would be happy to join the next event that you will be running with our partners to show that our Ukrainian business will have respective preferences while working with different compensation mechanisms. Thank you. I can speak a lot, but we've got all other panel participants with great speeches. So one thing from, if you allow, one huge thing, you don't raise a question of damages to businesses, but also there are questions of compensations and damages caused to the mobile property, particularly to vehicles. 11.147, it kind of overlaps. It doesn't take into consideration peculiarities of mobile property. In your opinion, what mechanisms of accounting or compensation of support will be relevant to be used in terms of multiple ample vehicles destroyed, because these things are plenty, they're really multiple, and there is no basically accounting of those vehicles destroyed. I'm just giving consultancy with Mr. Frolov. As for the damages register from Hanna Christova, whether it includes this opportunity to provide this information, I think it does include. The answer is maybe, the question is not actually how the compensation will work for the destroyed mobile property, but where we get the money from. So far, we have no money to cover even the basic needs, to help people out, to compensate their housing being destroyed. So yes, we may give the green light to this law, but the destiny is the same as 161 because lack of funds. You have said rightly that we do have to register and put it into respective registers, because the question of fair play must be there. We're going to have some frozen Russian assets, and all of this will be used to fairly, so that fair game runs the whole game. So as for the accounting and register, yes. As for the money available to cover these needs, I'm afraid the answer is negative. I do apologize for saying that. Thank you. And thank you for highlighting that the accounting of the damages done, that's the question very often raised, and the importance of accounting to the mobile and immobile property beginning from 2014 in the territories occupied. I'm going next to Mr. Pavlo Frolov, the next speaker, who's the parliament member, but also he's the head of the special commission in the parliament on the part of protection of the affected civilians. Mr. Pavlo, you are the initiative person 13137, which was registered in March 2025. And this draft law suggests a chain of cardinal changes as in terms of expanding the compensation mechanisms. In your opinion, could you tell me in what way, what are the prospects of adopting, passing this law, and what new ways does it suggest, and how does it enhance access of civilians to their respective compensation procedure? And as far as I understand, not only to the civilians, but also to the expats who are in Ukraine. Thank you, Ksenia. If possible, I can come back to this question about the possible opportunities to compensate and reimbursement of compensation of the mobile assets, including all the vehicles. The commission was established in March 2025. Next month into this, we raise a question that we have to definitely account and register, keep track of the register of the affected vehicles. We've got 260,000 vehicles. I think those that are counted, that's the sometimes it happens when during the shelling or artillery or air strike, any important equipment, such as medical equipment, may cost way more than the cost of the property. I mean, the walls, the roof, etc. What is important for us is to make sure that we document all the losses and damages caused by the damage or destruction of the vehicles and immobile and mobile property, and also losses to the individual people. Yeah, definitely. We see that such prospects of real payments and the compensation to everybody, it's been a lot discussed recently. As of December 2025, it's $500+ billion caused by the aggression. I would like to reiterate that the total value of the frozen Russian assets in the Western countries is just as little as 300. So take a look. The damage amount is nearly twice as much, and it doesn't include the damages caused to the health of individuals. That's huge amounts, which will increase the total compensation amounts. But our task is, of all the law agencies and international organizations and the government, is to help document all the losses and damages for us to have all the proof of the risk to the health and loss of health, and to everything, all material losses, so that they should be documented, because geopolitical situation may change. And of course, we need to make sure and ensure for Ukrainians in the future the prospect of receiving respective and duly organized proof. So for that purpose, we've got the national system of audit or registration. However, there's lots to be done yet. Coming back now to the question of Ksenia, 137, this law, our commission in the parliament of protecting IDP rights, in this commission more than 1 year, we've been working on this draft law, and this expands the opportunities for compensation, and several key things in this draft law. First of all, what is envisaged is compensation from the beginning of the large-scale invasion, small-scale invasion, 19th of February 2014, all those invasion, and from those that commenced of 2022. If those compensation did take place, there was a decree of the Cabinet of Ministers, then there is envisaged that the respective compensation, according to the program of Yevidnovlenia, if it is from 2014, it will be provided less the already paid compensation. Whether it will be fair, what is the priority for the compensation? If it is the only premises or housing, because in Yevidnovlenia can envisage, unfortunately, that people can receive compensation for multiple apartments. But look, let's take it, according to the statistics and the World Bank and UN, 2.5 million households have lost their houses, more than 4 million people. The is as much as Croatia, half Switzerland. No government budget, not even a decade of years or longer, will be able to cover these losses. So what's the fair play conditions? We need to consider it. Also envisaged what Olena mentioned above, the question of compensation on the occupied territories. That's the most painful question. With all regions where we've been, practically every week we talk with our IDPs and people affected. That's the biggest, most painful question. And our commission, for example, last year alone, we managed to, there was saving on economy, 15 billion hryvnias was redirected on Yevidnovlenia to compensate the destroyed housing for IDPs, only for IDPs alone. We use the priority rights for compensation because it was missing in the current legislation, which 3 times as much, which makes it possible to cover 12,000 IDPs to receive a certificate and to receive new housing for the destroyed premises, housing. But if it is destroyed on the territory controlled by Ukraine for the moment, that covers de facto all the IDPs who were registered at the beginning of this year. That means if you have lost a flat that from the Russian to the Russian aggression and you are an IDP and you've got the certificate of IDP, then you receive the certificate and your housing problems are resolved. But 99% possibly as many as that people are IDPs from the occupied territories. This program and this law is not valid for such people. It's the biggest pain for those individuals. They're the most painful questions. And it's hard to explain to the people that, look, we don't have an opportunity to make the payments because people actually don't care whether it is destroyed or maybe they have lost access to the housing in Bakhmut or Donetsk or in Mariupol. So 136, that's the law that provides for the government to provide the distance research and to include into the compensation all the destroyed housing in the occupied territories using satellites, using drones, and also the opportunity to engage such tools as international humanitarian organizations who could, on the field, prove that this housing has been destroyed. But we do not have, for the time being, we don't have such initiative in this law how to compensate the loss of right to use the property or housing which is in the occupied territory, but it has remained intact. It is not damaged or destroyed. It's very difficult to publicate that as for this property. And what's the solution here? The solution should be in Ukraine under the territory controlled by Ukraine within the frameworks of the housing program. New edit of the program, because in the first hearing it's been passed. Now it's ready for the second one. That's some special offer on the mortgage program or front payments. But as for destroyed housing, if these people continue residing in Ukraine, if I agree with Magdalena, we definitely cannot agree to the compensation to the people who currently reside in Russia or in the occupied territories such as Crimea, etc. We also increase the rights to submit the rights from 1 year to 3 years. And also we expand the opportunities for people if there is a restructuring or renewal of a multi-flat housing. A Ukrainian who has lost an apartment, a flat in this building, he receives the right to choose either to receive this new renewed flat or to refuse from it. In this case, it will be social housing. It will go to Hromadas communities. And in this case, to choose instead another equal housing respective to the damages inflicted. Definitely in this law envisaged the compensation of damages caused by literally, not only literally by the military actions, but also from action. There's a new wording from the military aggression. Why so? Because there is an action of the occupation administrations whose action or whose lack of action results in losses. And also it's important to implement. And it's very important in the end to provide the rights to compensation to those people who unfortunately have not, before the large-scale invasion or before the destruction, they had not digitalized their rights of property, and they don't have the confirmation in the government register of property rights. It's another painful question. The parliament has passed 11440. In the first reading in December, it passed the law. It envisages that if people have the original of the documents for their property, they can refer to the state registration or the notary, and without confirmation by the certificate from BTI, a Bureau of Technical, and they will de facto become owners. It's for those individuals who have those documents, but the BTI, Bureau of Technical Registration, the documents maybe have been burnt down, or they are in the occupied territories, or there is no access to those documents. And unfortunately, there are of course some remarks and concerns, and the Committee of the Politics is not really ready to push forward and to give the green light to this draft law. But we analyzed the claims, the complaints, and together with the president of the chamber, we met and we de facto found a solution to sorting it out. We're working on the new wording. There is a working group involved, and we will be taking into consideration the risks from malusing, from there must be a different way of collateral. There must be a confirmation of ownership rights. Everything of this will be taken into consideration and finalized, that we will be working on. And we will be trying to pass this law in general. According to the assessment of the experts, about 9.6 million Ukrainians who have not updated their data into the digital registry of property. And in case, if these people lose their property and they have no paperwork with them, if something happens with BTI or Bureau of Technical Registration, so people de facto become to be not covered by any law protection. So if there is no document that can provide, these documents may be destroyed together with the flats and houses. So the things should be simplified, and we should go from the court ruling, and the next step is when there is no right to confirm the ownership, there must be a different law then. As for simplification of the court procedures of reviewing and confirmation of the property rights. Thank you once again to the organizers, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Pavlov, for your initiative that you realize in the context of the expanding the procedures, but especially in the context of providing the housing to the affected population.
Stuart, you are currently lead the Housing, Land and Property Technical Working Group, which brings together key humanitarian actors with strong expertise and clear vision how a compensation mechanism should function. We also know that HLP Technical Working Group has consistently played an active role both in advocating the creation of compensation procedure as well as in proposing improvements for the existing procedures. Could you be so kind to share with us the key proposals or ideas discussed within the HLP Technical Working Group for improving the compensation process? And are there any ongoing actions or initiatives that the group is currently taking to support such changes?
Thanks, Oksana. Hi, I'm Stuart Brooks, and thanks for the introduction about the Housing, Land and Property Technical Working Group. So we kind of function within the humanitarian coordination architecture, and it's really about ensuring the rights of people to access their housing, land and property rights. And so we operate kind of as an open group, and all of the participants today have are organizations that attend the Housing, Land, and Property Technical Working Group. Sometimes we focus on sort of long-term housing issues. We've had Alina discussing the work around the housing strategy and the new housing law, and also some of the study papers they've done. We've had the International Register of Damage for Ukraine also discussed that mechanism. But a lot of our members are legal assistance providers that are working for organizations, sometimes the UN, sometimes national NGOs, sometimes international NGOs, and sometimes they're shelter organizations as well, kind of coming, face to face with people that are that need to make a decision about what their whether they go for a compensation option or they get a shelter assistance partner to do the work. And so we think it's important that they're part of that as well. As you had mentioned, Oksana, yeah, so part of what we do is advocacy around some of the issues with compensation, and these different forums and different speakers that are part of that present at the HLP technical working group are super important for highlighting to me, but also to really to everyone what those issues are. So we've done it a couple of different ways. One through kind of highlighting that, and we've had in the last, I looked in our records in the last year, we've had Beauvernis Savoy presented on some research that they had done related to compensation, 10th of April. REACH is here. They also presented on some research that they did. IOM presented on kind of a briefing note that they did using the data that they collect for their round of surveys that they do pretty regularly, kind of specifically related to housing. And so we've highlighted those. We've done direct advocacy as well to the ministry. Kind of early on when law number 2923 was first adopted, and even before the resolution number 381 and number 600 were operational, just kind of studying some of the problems or just identifying some of the issues that we saw with eligibility and procedure. Really, at the time, we didn't really know that capacity would also be an issue, but we could expect that because in a matter of 2 years and 3 months, and really quite quickly, all of these commissions were established and put into place. And of course, there would be capacity issues. I know some non-governmental organizations, including the one that I work for, support that capacity through being part of that, being part of a commission in a specific region that they're working in. But we've also done some. I mean, we've also done some advocacy directly to, I would say, like the humanitarian leadership and to donors. And the way we do that is was through a kind of larger paper that kind of identified various protection issues. So not just housing, land, and property, but other issues as well, protection of civilians. And we had kind of a separate section that was 4 pages, and I worked with Oksana on it, and also people in this room that were kind of reviewing it as well to see if it kind of captured what some of the major issues are and or were and are still. And so it really is. It's a little bit with eligibility, but we know that eligibility is a little bit based on what could be possible. I think given given current funding. Over time, I looked at kind of the history of resolution number 381. It's been amended 11 different times since since it started in April 2023. So there have been, consistent improvements and clarity given to the law. And whenever those happen, we kind of analyze the law, and then we discuss it at the HLP technical working group, so that members are pretty aware of what they need to be communicating then to persons that are that are affected and need the information. We know just from the various research that has been done, including the R2P research, but also from Poverty Savoy, from 10th of April, from IOM, from REACH, that a kind of better understanding of the law and whether or not a person is eligible, what they need to do to become eligible, all of that. There's still work that needs to be done around there. I mean, this is it's a huge country, and there's a lot of people and a lot of need. I mean, Pavlo had mentioned that I think it's 13% of the housing stock, if I captured that right. But I've seen the reports as well, and has been damaged or destroyed, and that's a massive amount. So so the idea that these problems will kind of be resolved quickly is difficult to think. But we'll keep highlighting those issues. In this, we have our meeting on Thursday. There's some new a new resolution that was some amendments that were made in July to resolution number 381, and so we'll highlight those, as well as highlight some other research, not related to this specifically, but kind of related to ownerless property, which is another kind of medium to long-term kind of thing, and we want to highlight that to try to find solutions for not only this emergency situation that's happening and trying to address those needs, but also some of the longer term issues that with housing in Ukraine. So thanks.
Thank you, Stuart, and thank you to technical group for the essential coordination role in uniting efforts of all the actors, as well as for high advocacy level efforts for international donors. Що ж, зараз ми проговорили в цілому національне
So now we have already reiterated national compensational procedure, and now we will come up with the alternative issues. And today we have Hanna Christonek, who is the head of the Kyiv office of the Register of Damage for Ukraine. And I will ask you a question which you may be actually asked as to international compensational mechanism. We have already read at the side that the representative of the state work as to compensational commission. There was the meeting in Hague, and we work on the project of the commission. And we know that in September there will be the next round of communications. Can you say about perspectives? Thank you, Ksenia. Thank you, dear organizers, to be invited here to join such important forum and to participate in discussion. And thank you for your question. But speaking face to face with beneficiaries, with our communicants, I wouldn't say something amazing. I would say that we are willing to say about things we've done, about what is done, but we are not speaking about what is being done. And we are not speaking about terms in order not to exceed our expectations, because those who were affected by war, they need a bold strategies, and they need knowledge about what was done. So I will briefly characterize your questions, sum up your questions, and I will comment on some of the topics our colleagues we're speaking about, and the representatives of the parliament, because this register of damages is very important, and this is what is put in our status. This is what is being developed within the context of cooperation between Ukraine and other countries. This is what is going on in office of the parliament and government. This is one holistic movement to find proper solutions, and we cannot find quick decisions. So you have just informed us about key information about compensational commission. What do we have today? We have 2025, during which international committee was very active, co-head by the Netherlands representatives and Ukraine representatives. So international committee focused on official meetings where delegations from more than 50 countries of the world are represented, not only from Europe, and it is very important because American continent, Latin America, and other countries are presented, and we speak about international context, international compensational mechanism. And during such rounds of communications, we have achievements as to the agreements on the key aspects and the project of the document, which is really international convention. It means that this document is to be ratified in order to be enforced, and this document foresee the creation of compensational commission, and it is very important for lawyers as the administrative mechanism for registers, because the register is administrative framework which works according to international procedures, and this is not the court institution, and the lawyers understand what I am speaking about. It means that according to political consent, such mechanism will work, doing with the decisions of the claimers and affirming the decisions as to compensation and the fees of compensations. So, international compensational commission, which will be founded by means of the international treaty. It is highly appreciated within the framework of the Open Convention, and the treaty will be open for ratification till the end of the 2025. But we should wait for it because this is just in plans. Then the process of ratification will start, and as soon as the ratification will take place, the convention will be enforced, and the process of the creation of commission will start. As to the registers of damages, here are the representatives of those who know the framework, how the international register is working, what kind of normative framework it has. It was found by means of the extended treatment, which was supported by the European Council for 3 years. And it is important that the Commission is in the context of this common decision of the state, and the changes were updated.
In 2005/3, where it is directly indicated that the register continues work up until the moment when it comes into the membership conditionally probationary trial period. It's not relevant anymore because the register, with mutual efforts, confirms its capacities and capabilities. I like to move on forward, and we can call it like a highlighted step-by-step approach. So the next mechanism, the elements of the functional mechanism, is being developed based on the achievements of the previous one. Therefore, That's where we are. And now you're welcome to a few minutes to comment on those important discussions that sounded out earlier in this audience room. Those who have been actively keeping an eye on the website of the register on how it is being updated, you know that several weeks ago, a special category A36, which is all about loss of property and lack of access to the property, where we're talking about the residential, non-residential, commercial premises, where it runs about the property on the temporary occupied territories, and to which either access legally wise is lost or de facto. The key question as for those who have relocated due to the first war of aggression back in 2014. In general, there are answers provided that definitely the register encompasses the losses caused from 2014. It's a challenging question that is being discussed multiple times. But if the loss of access, complete loss of access, took place particularly as a result of a large-scale invasion, because the transit zones were blocked, therefore, with a good legal grounding, such claims could be submitted to the register and wait for the decisions which could be approved by the register. It's important that this property is not equal to the destroyed. It's a separate category of property. And all the questions that arise from nationalization and whatever illegal actions by the occupation authorities is covered by special categories. Second point, concerning the movable mobile assets, particularly vehicles, is another category, other material losses, A37. As of now, it's not open for submitting, but this question will be resolved in the near future as soon as this category is open for submission. And respectively, as for the question that's all about national supportive instruments, it's important, and we continuously asked in our conversation with your potential claimants, it's important that the register and the international compensational mechanism does not need either today or refer to the International Register of Losses and Damages. For those people who have used the national compensation mechanism, they can submit for the register, even in the case of receiving the respective compensation. There are some nuances as for the housing certificate and the waiver to the property rights. It's probably about more when it concerns some in-depth research. However, this opportunity is open. And let me just finalize by saying that as a response to your initial question, what international community is asking when they're making a decision how to move on forward in terms of development of the mechanism, one question they ask, how many claims in the register and respectively on what categories they are. I would like to pay your attention that we very often hear this question from you. Look, please keep an eye out on the quarterly reports. There is statistics of the claims and all respective categories. As of now, it's 40,000 plus claims. It's definitely 40,000 people's lives and people's tragedies, but it definitely does not even close the scale of the large-scale damages. There's a lot of work lies ahead, and in this way, every claim, every submitted form approaches or enhances our promotion forward. Thank you. Let me stop here. I will be happy to respond to any questions should they arise. Thank you, Ms. Hanna, first of all, for the hope that we're looking forward to 2025 end of this year. And we're moving to Alina Moskolenko, the head of the Institute of Housing. De facto is a think tank that accumulates analytics and not only providing the population with housing, but also formulating the housing policy. So, Ms. Alina, we do understand the national compensation mechanism is not a unified remedy for the affected civilians, we understand that those initiatives are being realized on the national and sub-national and even local level. Could you tell us, please, what, in your opinion, and what's your opinion of your think tank, of the housing think tank, what should be the housing policy should be, so that to provide as high, as efficient, as soon as quickly to provide the housing to the affected population? Thank you, Ms. Ksenia. Thank you, every participant. I think no matter how many meetings we have in terms of compensational mechanism, this question doesn't lose its acute actuality, and there's a lot to discuss in this direction. In reality, we need to confess, honestly say, that the program Je Відновлення, even if this program is absolutely filled with due financing in order to cover of absolutely all individuals, and as of now we know 6.5 million people have to deal with either damaged or destroyed housing, and additionally there are people from the temporary occupied territories. We know that even if financially this program is capable of covering this problem, it's not able to cover the needs of the population who didn't have legally confirmed property rights to own these destroyed or damaged properties. And in reality, such precedents could give birth to other negative repercussions, such as wrongdoing from criminal-oriented developers and other actors related. So there is an alternative solution, a chain of solutions within Je Відновлення program in two cases. First is when the program is not, it's not possible to utilize to one particular individual, and the second was the person has not been able to utilize this program because of the lack of financial budgeting of Je Відновлення program, which is, in my opinion, is critical in these cases. First is that the organ of local authority has to help an individual to receive access to such alternative solutions. First of all, the organ of local authority has to know such alternative solutions and has to communicate with the respective international organization, charity funds, community organizations who they work with on the territory of this community. They have to have this database on the basis of on the level of their hromada, or community. Secondly, the organ of local authority has to have the internal organizational capacity to collect such data and communication with people who require such alternative solutions. And that's about capacity of the organs of local authority. And third, the organ of local authorities have to have absolutely transparently spread this information among the individual civilians. That's all about transparency and openness of the organs of local administration. But the most challenging thing, in my opinion, is not the work of the local authorities in this direction, but the need to honestly confess to individuals, and on the part of the individuals is to become aware that the person has to waive from the mechanism of compensation and refuse it if they receive another alternative kind of assistance. It's a questionable question and painful, which is so much dislike, which is so much reluctant to be discussed nowadays. Let's try to talk it over. A person may have a destroyed private house on the private land ownership. This house was built. It was a individually constructed building. That means this building has no legal confirmation rights that it is owned by somebody. And some international organization has agreed to provide this individual with, for example, a module temporary housing of high quality where the person is able to live on their own land. And I have a question now. If this house, which is supplied by the international organization, is targeted to be permanently lived in, and respectively covers the size and space where the person used to live, can the person further on claim and be eligible for the compensation, since by essence their property rights has been just now realized? There is a question of duplication of the norms, and respectively the person may not be eligible from the moral point of view for compensation. Although this question is this is a questionable thing, but organs of authorities, they continue saying that this should better be avoided, duplication of this assistance. But what's the role of the Institute of Housing that I represent? The institute was set up in the first place to support legally in the direction of the housing reform. But in the process of our work as the institute, that's been already for about a year, the work of the institute, we now have an understanding that we have to move on forward, not only in terms of direction of the central organs of authorities, but also to support local authorities and communities. Therefore, now we launch a big training program to the representatives of the local authorities and local self-administration to build their capacities in the direction of renewal of the housing ecosystem in Ukraine. Secondly, as an institute, we increasingly are taking more and more part of the direct provision of individuals with housing, and that's where we need to provide avoiding duplication of providing assistance, which I just mentioned a bit earlier, and to form such models that, on the one hand, do not comply with the current legislation of Ukraine, but on the other hand, will correspond to the available and affordable and accessible norms that is not available now. So, in essence, we have a question, an extra challenging task, I would say, but in reality, I'm sure we can handle it. And I encourage the participants of our event today to join our mutual work. Thank you. Thank you, Alina. And I'm always taking notes, and I have noted such things as it's an importance of the training initiatives to develop capacity, to build capacity, to increase capacity building on the regional level, increase the, and what is interesting, deduplication of efforts and assistance. And de facto, we have been very good. We have finished our panel discussion, but at the end, I would like to give the floor to every speaker and to let them sound out one effective suggestion that would expand, enhance access to the compensation procedure, national compensation procedure, or improve it, perfect it. Why are we doing this exercise now? Because at the end of our event, we're going to sound out our recommendations, and we're going to check we're on the same page. Just one key, one pivotal recommendation that you can, in your opinion, can suggest that can be realistically implemented that could encourage and Terry?
So my suggestion is maybe a bit left field, but I would suggest that we organize, I don't know what's called it, flash events in specific areas where we choose a geographically limited area where we know has been underserved based on the representation, the identified gaps in the compensation mechanisms, where we know the technical capacity for the commissions isn't there, or there's insufficient legal documentation, or there was damage to the BTI. And we coordinate and get a number of partners engaged to say that, okay, like 3 different organizations are going to second engineering staff to the commission for a time limited period of time. Various organizations are going to second lawyers, and we'll say we're going to choose this geographic spread. We're going to focus on this specific area. We're going to communicate broadly to the people in this area to be able to address the needs of a single area holistically in one point of time. So I think that allows us to focus efforts and then again address the variety of needs that households have going forward because we know, looking at the data from e-compensation, that there are gap areas which haven't been properly served because of these specific limitations. And you might not be able to get the necessary technical capacity 100% of the time on 100% of the commissions, but you can do these targeted, like, rapid fire response, where people are committing time for a period of time to help and support that system. And I think that would have a big impact for areas that haven't been able to reach. And I think that then has a knock-on impact from what people have said throughout the day, that the biggest way that people know about the assistance is hearing about it from other people that have gotten it. So if we have areas where no one has received the assistance, then there's also probably gaps in the awareness of the assistance as well. And I think that we can target it with those types of programs. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Ми з Павлом один на одного подивилися і кажемо, давай в нас
Together with Pavlo, we looked at each other and probably we're going to have a mutual suggestion. And Pavlo says, okay, go far away. And I think everyone in this room, in this panel, everyone will agree that what is important, there are all conditions to kickstart the fourth stage of compensation for the destroyed housing on the temporary occupied territories, irrespective whether it's in Melitopol or in Bakhmut or in other places. I think very soon, in the near future, we're going to be stepping out in the streets with those carton signs, like in Maidan very, very recently. And we have seen the statistics on the informational messages within India. You can see the statistics in your research that 35% of those individuals whose housing is damaged or destroyed, but they have income, they're not even referring for compensation. And we think that the load of the budget and assistance of our international partners will make it possible to start working at least with the category of people who have nothing to live in because the housing is destroyed. Thank you. Thank you. Моя пропозиція це My proposal is to document the proposals. That's task number 1. That will expand the rights to receive compensation, and of course passing law 13, 136, 134, the thing that I've been speaking today about. And Ksenia, I wanted just to say a separate word on those final remarks. I really would like that Hanna Christova was very humble to speak about the International Register of Damages, but 40,000 requests from the people affected is basically nothing, is almost nil. Our commission not a single time reviewed those requests, and all people who are watching us, we have to communicate to get this message across so that the Ukrainians submit the papers to the international resources. Only those people who lost their housing, as many as 4 million. And when we're saying that the compensation commission is created, then the third stage is the compensation mechanism and that the costs available, funds, and the first payments. So why don't we show to all the international community that, look, we've got all this unique situation when before the war is over, prior to this, there is already created mechanism of submission requests for reparational reimbursements. So we have to communicate, to get this message across, to communicate, to help communicate, because when we have 4,040,000, that's all different communication. It's all different perception in the House of Europe, in the European Council, in the UN, in all these organizations. It's a huge group. I am grateful to Hanna, who embodies the whole register work. And second, what I would like to say that within the lack of funding, it's important to do everything so that the resources reaches those who are in need in the first place. Last year, we ran the conference, large-scale conference, about providing cash assistance to people, which is provided by the mayors of the cities, the government of Ukraine, partly the governors on the national level, international humanitarian organization, in order for us to coordinate efforts to exchange information in order to avoid deduplication. it's a very successful solution, and the Cabinet of Ministers has done a very good job. So tomorrow, together with, according to our initiative from our commission, Parliament Commission, with our ministries, Minister of Development, and together with under the aegis of the Council of Europe, as for housing assistance to resolve housing problems. Here, this event, there will be an online broadcast you could join, and there will be representatives of the government, central authorities, regional authorities, mayors of towns, our volunteering movements and partners who are joining together to resolve the most acute problem, and where we're going to develop events so that the assistance about housing to become more efficient and definitely could target in the first place those who are most and drastically in need. Thank you.
So just two quick recommendations. We talked about this a little bit earlier, I think in the first session or maybe the opening, but to just a greater publication of the statistics around the compensation mechanism process, detailed, by oblast, by Hromada, and how many how many people have applied at these very specific in these specific areas, how many have received compensation, how many are waiting for compensation. I think all of this would also help us to understand sort of where there are capacity gaps within the framework and that are within the operationalization. And then the second one is something that's been brought up before from many organizations, that the checklist and the prices that were set in 2023 for damaged properties, just those prices are just kind of out of date, and people receive compensation, but they're not fully able to restore their property given the inflation over the last 2 years and the cost of materials. Thanks.
Дякую.
Thank you for your commentaries. As to the key recommendation is, thank you to the colleagues because many important remarks were announced. Satellite photos are used in the investigation as the evidences, and these practices can be used at national level. The register just uses such evidence. Secondly, we have the claim as the two additional property and non-residential, and this information is included. So our proposal sounds like that. To take into consideration the ideas of all NGOs, those who provide advocacy, those who provide individual consultations, to foster their work as to individual consultations, and potential claimers have the right to know, to be aware that they can apply for military reparations. This is their right. As a right for protection, and whether to apply or not, this is their private decision. But many people actually need the support. The register should explain how to do it, and this is according our proposal, the motto to those who have this mandate and who have this possibility to help to assist to those who suffer. Thank you. I'm the last speaker. Actually, I have this role, and I would like to agree with the previous speakers while answering this question. But from my part, I would say that we took the direction to assist those who help. who face with this necessity to meet the challenges of people who were affected by war. These are, first of all, Hromadas and the local authorities, and I would accentuate that they need the support. This is what we are working on, and this is what we would like to join to draw your attention to cooperating with our international partners and NGOs. Thank you. It's a very good commentary, and at the end, I would like to uh, uh, ask head of the HLP advocacy practice, CF Right to Protection, Anastasia Bureau, to announce the key results of our event, and we list all the recommendations with this aim to complexly to cooperate effectively with stakeholders. Thank you, Anastasia. Dear colleagues, at the end of the event, I would like to say thank you for your participation and for your proposals which were announced during the discussions. But again, would like to share with our recommendations on the basis of the data which you have in your handouts, recommendations on the basis of the investigation. What we recommend, the key issues, as to the enhancement of the legal framework, that's to extend the compensation work frame, to analyze the question and to review the demands as to the consent of the objects to obtain compensation. We know that there were some changes in the legal framework, so we may analyze what else can be done again to make this compensation easy. To update uh, as the terms of compensation, especially when the realization of this compensation is impossible due to some extraordinary reasons. So we have additional statements as to these questions, and simultaneously the topicality of the terms of compensation is very important. Besides, to implement the regulatory procedure as to the mistakes in the certificate, this is what we heard during panel discussion today. Again, to form the drill of the financing, especially when the losses exceed due to the legislation. According to the procedure, really there is the demand for core funding, and we find out that that we need additional rules of regulation. Another recommendation will be to affirm the holistic compensations for repairing the category of B, and such rules should be taken into consideration. They should take place during the period defined by law. And what concerns the damaged property, to review the sums which are predicted by the law, 350 hryvnias and 500,000 hryvnias for houses, and to provide indexation mechanisms in case of prolonging for decision. And besides, we in the direction of the technical enhancement of digital procedures. One of the recommendations was to satisfy technical possibilities to apply um, uh, in technical registers, especially to provide automatization of the key processes of destroyed property and to provide digital mechanisms of verification as to work out the digital decisions for listing the assistance of the NGOs to renew the lists of destroyed property. And at the end, some information as to informational procedures. As it was announced at the last discussion, this additional informational framework is important for international mechanisms of applying to international register. Besides, if we speak about national mechanism, we should launch information at the official website dedicated to the mechanism of the destroyed property, which will provide structural information for claimers. And besides, the bodies of the local authorities should have additional part in their website as to information of compensational mechanism done at the local level about the commission, about the decision of the commission, the contacts of the responsible person and the links. And at the end, would like to say about the necessity, about the target campaign oriented at people who suffered from affected by a law and to inform people about the important list of documents in order to obtain advocacy and awareness of people as to the necessity of introducing the rights of property into the register in order to avoid the complexities in case the property will be destroyed. Thank you for your attention. I hope this discussion was useful for you, and we will welcome your proposals. Thank you.
Дякую, колеги, за вашу стійкість, за все.
Thank you, colleagues, for your resilience, and I would kindly ask you to participate, to take common